Chapter 196 Prosperous Great Jew, Arrival of Acquaintances. Chapter 196 Prosperous Great Jew, Arrival of Acquaintances. Kui Heng's idea of sealing gods was not just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Previously, among the 10 spells he had obtained through deduction, there was a Emperor's Order soul-capturing curse. After cultivating it, one could capture gods and order them to act. In Kui Heng's opinion, since there was a spell to capture a god, there should naturally be a spell to confer a god. When he saw the remnant souls on the tablets, he thought of some myths and legends he had seen on Earth in his previous life, and he naturally thought of the matter of conferring a god. If I can really confer these 170-odd remnant souls as gods and let them all have the corresponding authority, I reckon I can build a fake heavenly court. Kui Heng thought to himself, if I really have the divine investiture technique, when I return to the Great Jin in the future, I can even confer the title of true god on the Hong River water god to save people from water disasters. According to the description of gods in the Emperor's Order soul-capturing curse, one of the main characteristics was the authority to grasp a certain law. This kind of authority came from the power of laws. As long as one possessed the power of laws, even if they were so weak that they could only eke out a living, they would still be a god. Therefore, strictly speaking, the Hong River water god that Kui Heng had conferred in the Great Jin was not a real god, but a powerful spirit with the name of water god. It was just a slightly stronger spirit. However, conferring a god was ultimately just a spur-of-the-moment thought by Kui Heng. After he dispersed his thoughts in this aspect, he retracted his thoughts. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Moreover, conferring a god involved a deep level of use of laws. It was probably very difficult for an early-stage nascent soul cultivator to do so. The most important thing now was to explore the unknown as much as possible and increase the cultivation of his nascent soul to break through to the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Therefore, Kui Heng suppressed this thought in his heart and planned to consider it when there was a suitable opportunity in the future. What was the unknown? At first, Kui Heng simply understood this as long as it's something I don't know, it's unknown. That was indeed the case. As long as he gained knowledge on something he originally did not know, saw something he had never seen before, or saw someone he had never seen before, he would receive feedback from exploring the unknown. His nascent soul would also improve. Of course, the improvement obtained in different ways was naturally different. Now, Kui Heng had some preliminary experience. What received the most feedback was from secrets that most people did not know. For example, his exploration of the moon, the relationship between the 9 great mystic deities and the mystic deity of the Purple Extreme Palace 3,000 years ago, and the way they obtained the undying characteristics. Next, it was things that involved a higher realm and things that he did not know before. For example, the information mentioned in Hong Fugue's message, the immortal true essence mentioned in the maroon gold book in the Purple Extreme Palace, and so on. However, both of these were usually hard to come by. Moreover, it required a lot of effort to investigate. Usually, the most common was contact with ordinary new things. Although the feedback was relatively weak, the advantage was that there were enough of them. As long as he observed the crowd carefully, it would be many times faster than hiding himself and comprehending the Tao. Therefore, when Kui Heng and the others journeyed to Linjiang County City, they did not fly over directly. Instead, they traveled in the manner of ordinary people. Walking, riding, accommodation. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Going to different places, meeting all kinds of people, experiencing different customs and cultures. This was Kui Heng's cultivation method. Guangzhou County was the richest among the 16 counties under Linjiang. However, Kui Heng did not expect it to be so prosperous. The entire Guangzhou city was the size of 2 Changfeng prefecture cities in the lower world. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the street. There was no need for the shop owners to shout at the entrance and countless customers would walk in. There were too many people on the streets. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were rubbing shoulders and sweating profusely. With such a large number of people, there was almost no shop that did not have customers. A lively and joyous atmosphere filled the entire street, making people feel like it was a festive occasion. Although this was the main road after entering the city, and it was relatively spacious and the most prosperous, the other streets outside the main road were also filled with people. There was almost no deserted place in the entire Guangzhou city. Not to mention Hong Kang and his grandson from the Great Qi Kingdom, even Kui Heng, who had seen the world, could not help but be surprised. It was too prosperous. Such a huge population and big merchants simply exceeded the concept of an ordinary ancient society. In Kui Heng's opinion, even Lu County, which he had reformed, could not be compared to the Guangzhou city in front of him because it had not been developed for long. The people in Guangzhou city should be the people with the best livelihood he had seen since he transmigrated. There was no other. Young master, many people here have different accents. They're very different from before. Many of them should be outsiders, and there are many martial artists. After Zhong Shuming carefully observed his surroundings, he said to Kui Heng, I'm afraid they're all people who escaped from the immortal sects. Guangzhou County belongs to Linjiang County. For some martial artists with low cultivation realms, it should be just right for them to come here. When walking in the mortal world, addressing Kui Heng as exalted immortal was too ostentatious, so Kui Heng let Zhong Shuming and the others temporarily change their manner of address to young master. Compared to my Great Qi Kingdom, this place is simply a paradise on earth, Hong Kang said with a trembling voice. I originally thought that the peace of the Great Zhou Kingdom was already rare in the world. I didn't expect Linjiang County to be so prosperous. Chapter 197 Prosperous Great Zhou, Arrival of Acquaintances, 2. Chapter 197 Prosperous Great Zhou, Arrival of Acquaintances, 2. Ever since he came to the Great Zhou, he had been marveling at the peace of the Great Zhou. After all, the Great Qi Kingdom had already been reduced to a miserable state under the rule of the immortal sects. People who starved to death were everywhere. Therefore, before coming to Guangzhou County, he thought that he had already seen the most peaceful country in the world. However, after coming to Linjiang, the prosperity of this place refreshed his understanding again. This was not even a prefectural city. It was only a county city in the periphery. Even the richest city here was only a county city. But it was actually so prosperous. It was even more prosperous than the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom. Her Majesty's merit is unparalleled. Deva Pei is also a famous ruler. It's really a great blessing for the Great Zhou to have these two. Hong Kang could not help but praise. He could not help but compare Great Qi, which he had lived in for nearly 100 years, to this place, but he quickly gave up. Because there was no comparison at all. Compared to the Great Zhou, Great Qi was completely trash, a puppet state controlled by the immortal sects. Kui Heng looked around and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Li Mingqiong and Pei Qingshu were indeed very good at governing the country. It was no wonder that the Great Zhou was so united. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for people from the immortal sects to infiltrate. Don't just be emotional. Kui Heng chuckled and said, Come with me to take a walk around Guangzhou. Yes, young master, Zhong Shuming and Hong Kang said in unison. Kui Heng led everyone around Guangzhou city and only found an inn to stay in at dusk as a place to rest. After all, Hongshan was just a child. He was tired after a day of playing. Hong Kang also relaxed for once and rested very quickly. Zhong Shuming came to Kui Heng's room late at night. Greetings, exalted immortal. Zhong Shuming bowed respectfully and said, Exalted immortal, I've already investigated the people who observed us in secret during the day. They are from the imperial court and the Linjiang Pei family, right? Kui Heng smiled. Actually, although they did not encounter anything along the way, there were people secretly observing them. At first, it was just a group of Xiantian experts, but later, it became an inner world expert. When they arrived at Guangzhou County, a deity realm expert actually appeared. Yes. Zhong Shuming nodded and said, There are two groups of people. The small group is the Imperial Court's patrol guards. They are in charge of the national patrol and strictly prevent people from the immortal sects from infiltrating the country. The number of people has only increased near Linjiang. They should have been sent by the Linjiang Pei clan's Naxian Hall. Many inner world experts, deity realm experts, and even human immortals are gathered there as guest elders. There's human immortals? Kui Heng was a little surprised. Other than coming from an immortal sect, there were only two other sources for immortal realm experts in the heavenly void world. They were either from the imperial court or from the 24 aristocratic families and 9 preeminent families. There were almost no immortal realm experts who cultivated independently. The appearance of human immortals meant that the experts of the aristocratic families had already joined the Linjiang Pei clan. It's said that those two human immortals are from the Song family of Guichuan and the Tang family of Maro County. Zhong Shuming explained tirelessly, they were both once wealthy families, one of the 20 aristocratic families. However, in order to chase after a certain person and to vent their anger, the immortal sects destroyed their families. At the same time, 9 other aristocratic families were destroyed. There were a total of 10. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. These two human immortals were lucky enough to escape. They could only hide their identities and did not dare to use their true faces to scare others. In their desperation, they joined the Linjiang Pei family's Naxian Hall. However, the Naxian Hall of the Linjiang Pei family is only controlled by a young inner world expert called Pei Yuezhi. The vice-captain is only a deity realm expert called Chen Shahui. How could they control two human immortals? The Song family of Guichuan and the Tang family of Maro County? Kui Heng was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. I remember that they were among the aristocratic families who descended to the lower world to collect heaven dew crystals. What are their names? Tang Huai and Song Zhong. They are both human immortals who have descended to the lower world. Exalted immortal, you've seen them before, Zhong Shuming reported. With his peak deity realm cultivation, it was not difficult for him to investigate some things. That's strange. I let the two of them go, but after they returned to the upper world, their sects were destroyed by the immortal sects they were loyal to. Kui Heng chuckled. As for the Naxian Hall, it should be Hui Shi's doing. To those who were familiar with Hui Shi, the name Chen Shahui was too easy to guess. It's him. Zhong Shuming was not familiar with Hui Shi. Only then did he understand and nod. That's right. He's already a deva. It's naturally easy for him to control two human immortals. Then we'll stay here first and take a look at the new things here. Kui Heng smiled. At the same time, he looked in the direction of Linjiang City. I reckon someone will come to look for us soon. There won't be many days of leisure. In the county office of Guangzhou County, County Magistrate Wang Qian was walking back and forth anxiously. From time to time, he would look outside, as if he was waiting for something. Under the night sky, only his footsteps echoed in the huge county office. The county deputy, official registrar, county lieutenant, and the others stood at the side, their faces filled with helplessness. They obviously did not know how to persuade him. Wang Qian looked outside and realized that it was empty again. He looked at the few people present and sighed. Mr. Tang and Mr. Song aren't here yet? No. The county deputy shook his head. I've already placed constables everywhere. As soon as the two of them arrive, there will definitely be constables coming to report. County Lord, you're in too much of a hurry. The registrar could not help but say, are the few people who came during the day enough to make you afraid? Nonsense. Wang Qian glared at the registrar and sat down dejectedly. You're not at the deity realm, so you can't feel the terrifying pressure emitted by those people. Especially that young master. In my divine power perception, he's like a god that has descended from the sky. He has boundless power. I'm afraid only a true human immortal has such strength. That exaggerated. The county lieutenant was rather surprised and could not help but feel a little nervous. He knew Wang Qian's strength very well, but if Wang Qian's description was true, could it be that a human immortal from the immortal sects had really infiltrated? Whether it was the Great Zhou dynasty or the entire Linjiang's Pei family, this was a huge matter. County Lord, reporting to the County Lord. At this moment, a bailiff hurriedly jogged over from outside and said to Wang Qian, County Lord, Tang Huai and Song Zhong have arrived. They have already been placed in the restaurant at the southern city gate. That's great. I'll go and pay my respects now. There's hope. Wang Qian was overjoyed. He didn't even have time to change his clothes before he ran to the southern city gate in his loose official uniform. The registrar and county lieutenant hurriedly followed. The restaurant at the south city gate of Guangzhou County was the most high-end restaurant. The two human immortals had come too suddenly, and arranging for them to stay here was only sufficient to maintain the most basic respect. The next day, they would officially welcome them to the county office. However, Wang Qian was clearly panicking. As soon as the two of them arrived, he ran into the restaurant with his men. Greetings, immortals. Tang Huai and Song Zhong looked at the county magistrate in surprise, their hearts filled with doubts. The two of them were indeed transferred overnight because of Wang Qian's request for help. They only knew that Wang Qian had encountered an extremely huge problem. They originally expected it to be a human immortal level difficulty, so they were asked to come over. Speak, what's the matter? Tang Huai asked first. In the request we received, you only mentioned the level of danger and didn't describe it in detail, Song Zhong said in a low voice. Explain the situation. A human immortal from an immortal sect might have sneaked into Guangzhou City and brought someone with him. Wang Qian said extremely cautiously, I would like to invite the two immortals to meet that young master in secret. At the same time, see if you can find out his identity and background, confirm if he's from an immortal sect, and if he has any ill intentions. Chapter 198 We must create value for immortal venerable Kui. Chapter 198 We must create value for immortal venerable Kui. Why do you suspect that this person is a human immortal from an immortal sect? Tang Huai asked. Tell me how you discovered this human immortal, what you did, and where that human immortal is now, Song Zhong added. Although the two of them were only human immortals and had only reached the human immortal realm after consuming the human origin immortal pill and were relatively weak, they had already obtained the support of Huisha's true essence and could unleash strength close to that of an earth immortal in a short period of time. Naturally, they were extremely confident. They already had the confidence to resolve any trouble at the human immortal realm. Reporting to the two immortals, it's like this. Wang Qian hurriedly explained what he had seen and sensed with his divine power to Tang and Song, then told them some of his guesses. It's indeed possible. There are 3 types of human immortals in the world. They are either from the imperial court, the 9 preeminent families and 24 aristocratic families, or the immortal sects, Tang Huai said. We should confirm this person's identity. However, it's not appropriate to act rashly now if we don't know who our enemies are, lest we force people who can be friends to become enemies. Song Zhong reminded very cautiously. That's right, we should pay attention. Tang Huai nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said to Wang Qian, how about this? Pay attention to the movements of that young master. Tomorrow, I'll secretly observe with you and see if he's real or fake. Thank you, immortals. Wang Qian finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was only a small deity realm expert and had only awakened 3 innate abilities. Compared to a human immortal, he was too weak. Ever since he discovered the human immortal, he had been on tenterhooks. Now, he could finally relax. After all, the 2 people in front of him were human immortals from once wealthy families. Now that they had obtained the support of the Linjiang Pei family, it would definitely not be a problem to deal with a human immortal. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Of course, the best outcome was that the human immortal did not belong to the immortal sects. Everyone could get along peacefully and not fight. They could even rope him in and fight the immortal sects together. After Wang Qian left, Tang Huai and Song Zhong remained in the restaurant, preparing to discuss countermeasures. A foreign human immortal made them uneasy. After all, a human immortal had unknowingly infiltrated Linjiang County and was only discovered now. This in itself represented a very serious problem. Although there were also people from the inspectorate keeping an eye on him previously, they only treated him as a suspicious person and did not think that he was a human immortal. It was only when Wang Qian reported the request for help that they noticed. If this person could actually sneak into the Great Zhou dynasty and reach Linjiang County, what about Earth Immortals, Devas, Heaven Immortals, and Heaven Monarchs? Thinking of this, the two of them shivered. If this person is an enemy and not a friend, I suggest we capture him alive and send him to Linjiang City for David Chen to deal with, Tang Huai said in a low voice. I agree. Song Zhong nodded, his expression very solemn. The problem reflected in this matter is definitely not as simple as a human immortal infiltrating. We have to take it seriously. It's not too much to take such things seriously. Tang Huai looked outside and said, the 8 immortal sects are simply going crazy right now. Any negligence might cause us to be consigned to eternal damnation. Brother Tang, do you really believe that the 8 immortal sects are only doing this to find David Chen? Song Zhong suddenly changed the topic. Of course I don't. Tang Huai sneered. It's not like there haven't been trouble in the lower world in the past. When have the immortal sects been so crazy? No, it's not so much madness as panic. That's right, I also think that they're panicking. It should be that after the heavenly cycle star pavilion described immortal venerable Kui's power, they frightened the few immortal sects. Song Zhong said with lingering fear, the battle outside Langya County that day was too shocking. It's more than shocking. It's earth-shattering. Tang Huai nodded heavily. Raging lightning descended from the sky. The ground within a 50-mile radius collapsed, and the endless mountains were blasted into powder by the lightning. What heaven monarch? What Buddha? They're not worth mentioning under such peerless divine might. If immortal Kui comes to the heavenly void world, the patriarchs of the 9 immortal sects and the 3 Buddhist monasteries will have to kowtow and pay their respects. David Chen said that immortal venerable has already come, Song Zhong said excitedly. As long as immortal venerable Kui reaches us, we'll be safe. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. No, I don't think so. Tang Huai shook his head and said in a low voice, Brother Song, think about it yourself. What are we to immortal Kui? Do we have any close relationship with him? Song Zhong was speechless. He thought about it carefully. In his relationship with immortal Kui, it seemed that the only one they were close with was David Chen. With just this, there was indeed no need for immortal venerable Kui to protect them. Song Zhong took a deep breath and asked, Brother Tang, what do you mean? Tang Huai said, we have to show our value and let immortal venerable Kui see our worth. Only if we have enough value can we make immortal venerable Kui acknowledge us and protect us. Brother Tang is right. Song Zhong nodded repeatedly when he heard this, but then he became worried and said helplessly, but we're just human immortals. To immortal Kui, we're just ants. What value can ants have? Brother Song, don't underestimate yourself. Tang Huai shook his head and smiled. Heavenly Chen once said that his main goal in coming to the heavenly void world was to understand the situation of this world. This must be a mission given by immortal venerable Kui. Chapter 199 We must create value for immortal venerable Kui, 2. Chapter 199 We must create value for immortal venerable Kui, 2. However, although David Chen is extremely powerful and has used the Linjiang Pei family's platform to gather a lot of information in just 2 months, there's still a limit to his time. His understanding of this world is definitely not as much as ours. Brother Song, did you bring your core inheritance books with you when you escaped from home? Yes, of course I did. That is the foundation of the clan's inheritance. Even if I die, I'll have to keep them. Song Zhong hurriedly nodded. Then, he came to a realization and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Brother Tang, are you saying that we can hand over our family's inheritance to immortal Kui? That's right. Tang Huai nodded and said, these books have been accumulated by our clan for thousands of years. Not only are there countless martial techniques, but there are also records of the past history and secret events that even we might not know. If we offer these inheritance books to immortal venerable Kui, we will definitely be able to let him understand the overall situation of the heavenly void world faster. This is the value we can display. But in that case, will we lose our inheritance? Song Zhong was still a little hesitant, or rather, he had some scruples. In his heart, the inheritance of the clan was extremely important. Brother Song, what are you thinking? How can giving the inheritance books to immortal venerable be losing the inheritance? Tang Huai shook his head repeatedly. Not to mention that immortal venerable Kui will return them to us after reading them, it's not lost to begin with. As long as we offer the inheritance books to immortal venerable Kui, even if these inheritance books are destroyed in the future, immortal venerable Kui will still have them in his mind. With immortal venerable Kui's power, it's absolutely impossible for him to die. Our inheritance books will also exist forever. This is the true method of inheritance. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Is that so? Song Zhong felt that he had been spun around in a certain circle. He felt that what Tang Huai said made sense, but there seemed to be something wrong. However, ever since his family was destroyed, he had always followed Tang Huai's lead. Since he felt that it made sense, he stopped thinking about it. In the end, he nodded in agreement. It's best if Brother Song has figured it out. Tang Huai nodded and said with a smile, our Tang and Song families have thousands of years of inheritance. The inheritance books should be able to complement each other. If we offer them to immortal venerable Kui together, we should be able to satisfy him more. I still have to thank Brother Tang. If not for Brother Tang's guidance, I really wouldn't have noticed this. Song Zhong looked at Tang Huai with admiration. Brother Song, you flatter me. I'm just doing this to protect us. Tang Huai smiled and said, however, we still have to deal with the matters of Guangzhou County. This is the first time David Chen has sent us out to do something. We can't be careless at all. If we can't even do what David Chen instructed us to do, everything will be for naught. That's right. Song Zhong agreed with this and said in a low voice, tomorrow, we must find out the identity of that human immortal. The next morning, Kui Heng walked out of the inn early in the morning. He planned to try the breakfast in Guangzhou City. To him, experiencing new delicacies was also considered exploring the unknown. Although the feedback from exploring the unknown at this level was extremely little, it was very convenient and the experience was also extremely good. Guangzhou was once a big place. More than 100 years ago, the Great Zhu was divided into 19 states, and Guangzhou was one of them. The current Guangzhou city was previously called Guangjiang Prefecture. It was the capital of Guangzhou at that time. Back then, Linjiang County was only under the jurisdiction of Guangzhou. Later on, when the empress ascended to the throne, the central government's authority was extremely heavy and they removed the administrative institutions on the state level. Hence, there were only counties in the world that were directly governed by the central government. The original local administrative center had also been transferred from the original state capital to the county city. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. The former capital of a state had become the current Guangzhou County under Linjiang. However, although the administrative level of Guangzhou County had changed, the most unique delicacies of Linjiang were still gathered here. There was also a lot of variety. Kui Heng lingered at the breakfast stall and ate happily. Before long, he had already eaten at 11 breakfast stalls. Wang Qian and the others, who were observing from the restaurant beside the street, were confused. They had never seen a human immortal who liked to eat breakfast so much, and he even ate in different ways. What was going on? County Lord, the two immortals are here, the registrar whispered to Wang Qian. Bring me over quickly. Wang Qian hurriedly stood up to welcome Tang Huai and Song Zhong. Welcome, human immortals. Then, he brought the two of them to the window and pointed at Kui Heng, who was eating at the breakfast stall below. He smiled and said, please take a look. This is the unidentified human immortal. Eating at a roadside breakfast stall? This human immortal is a strange person. Tang Huai and Song Zhong could not help but laugh when they saw Kui Heng's current state. But the smiles on their faces quickly froze. That was because Kui Heng quickly stood up to pay the bill and no longer lowered his head to eat. This also allowed Tang Huai and Song Zhong to see his appearance. Do you find him a little familiar, brother? Song. Isn't that so? He looks familiar. Why does he seem like I immortal venerable Kui? I immortal venerable Kui? The two of them exclaimed at the same time, their legs going weak and almost kneeling on the spot. They were actually unwilling to recall Kui Heng's face. The reason was very simple. Because when they were in the lower world, the power Kui Heng displayed was too powerful and exaggerated. Just thinking about his appearance made them feel fear. Not taking the initiative to recall Kui Heng's appearance had almost become Tang Huai and Song Zhong's instinct. Although the fear in their hearts had lessened a lot after they decided to create value for Kui Heng in exchange for his protection, the instinct not to take the initiative to recall Kui Heng's appearance still existed. This caused them to not recognize Kui Heng immediately. The moment this person came out, they were incomparably shocked. The two human immortals knelt down in the restaurant and their entire bodies trembled in fear. I was actually trying to investigate immortal Venerable Kui's strength just now. I even thought of going over personally to ask about his identity if I couldn't investigate. Treason. This is treason. We're simply courting death. This is disrespectful to immortal Venerable Kui. Tang Huai and Song Zhong knelt on the ground and confessed one after another, their voices filled with fear. This scene stunned Wang Qian, who was beside them. The county deputy, county lieutenant, and official registrar who came to help were also dumbfounded as they looked at the two of them in disbelief. What was going on? Why did the two suddenly kneel down? Wang Qian was filled with doubts and could not help but ask the two of them, "Immortals, what's going on? Could it be that this person has some great identity? It's not just a huge identity." Tang Huai shook his head. Immortal Kui is taller than the sky, and more vast than the heavens, Song Zhong emphasized. Wang Qian's eyes widened in shock. See, could it be a heaven monarch? Heaven monarchs were known as the lords of heaven, existences that ruled over the will of the heavens. This level of strength was the limit of what Wang Qian could imagine. Heaven monarch? To immortal Kui, what is a heaven monarch? Tang Huai shook his head. They are not even fit to carry his shoes, Song Zhong echoed. This time, Wang Qian was completely dumbfounded and did not know what to do. The people beside him only felt dizzy and suspected that they were dreaming. The two human immortals in front of them were clearly here to investigate the identity of the stranger. Why did they suddenly kneel down? They even said that this stranger human immortal was even stronger than a heaven monarch. There was an existence stronger than a heaven monarch in this world. Immortals, then what should we do now? Wang Qian asked with a trembling voice. He was also a little flustered. Prepare a generous gift immediately, Tang Huai said without thinking before shaking his head. No, we'll prepare a generous gift with you to pay our respects to immortal Venerable Kui. Yes, let's prepare a generous gift together. Song Zhong nodded repeatedly. Chapter 200 Master, please take action and capture this escaping deva. Chapter 200 Master, please take action and capture this escaping deva. After breakfast, Kui Heng returned to the inn where he was staying and called Zhong Shuming, Hong Kang, and Hong Shen over. Exalted Immortal, did something happen? Zhong Shuming asked. Someone will come to look for me later. Go and receive them. Kui Heng smiled. Ah! Zhong Shuming was stunned when he heard that. Then, he asked, are they from the government and the Linjiang Pei family? That's right. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, from them on, there should be many people coming over in the next few days. Tang Huai, Song Zhong, and the others' auras naturally could not be hidden from him. He had already sensed them when the two of them arrived at Linjiang County. It was obvious how these two would react when they saw him. They would definitely come over to pay their respects. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. If the two of them were here, could Huisha be far away? If Pei Qingshu still did not know about Huisha's arrival, then this head of the number one aristocratic family in the world would not live up to his name. The next morning, Tang Huai and Song Zhong brought the county magistrate, Wang Qian, to the inn where Kui Heng was staying. The reason why they did not come over with great fanfare was because they were afraid of offending Kui Heng. After all, they had seen Kui Heng stroll around the streets and shop at the breakfast stall with their own eyes. It was obvious that he did not want too many people to know his identity. It would not be good if everyone knew about it. Of course, they had prepared another plan. in case they'd misunderstood and Kui Hung indeed wanted a grand welcome ceremony. Similarly, they had already prepared it. As long as Kui Hung showed any signs of dissatisfaction with the ritual, there would be a signal. After the county office received the signal, they would immediately start playing music. The soldiers would wear formal clothes and welcome him with very high-level etiquette. Finally, with an uneasy heart, Tang Huai, Song Zhong, and Wang Qian arrived at the inn. The first to appear in front of them was Zhong Shuming. "Immortals, long time no see. How have you been?" Zhong Shuming cupped his hands at Tang Huai and Song Zhong and smiled. "Immortal Venerable is waiting inside. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Immortal Venerable really knows that we're here." Song Zhong couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "Perfected Zhong, we met once in the lower world. Can you tell us if Immortal Venerable Kui is angry?" Tang Huai couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh. Why was Song Zhong still so immature at his age? Has his brain become muscles from practicing martial arts? Even if he was really worried, how could he ask directly? It was impossible for the other party to answer. It was purely unnecessary. He might even be underestimated by the other party. It was really not worth it. "Immortal Song, there's no need to worry." Zhong Shuming smiled when he heard this. "Immortal Venerable is as broad-minded as the sea. How can he get angry so easily? Immortal Song, don't think too much. You'll know after you enter." But Song Zhong still wanted to ask. He was really uneasy. After all, he was about to meet an existence that could turn him into ashes with a breath. "No buts. Brother Song, let's go in." Tang Huai couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Song Zhong, dragging him forward. In this situation, the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. The more he said, the more dangerous it would be. Moreover, if he did not even know how to solve the problem, it would be best not to talk too much. "Speak less later." Tang Huai couldn't help but remind Song Zhong through voice transmission. "All right." Song Zhong immediately agreed. He basically listened to Tang Huai's words without saying a word. Then, the two of them were brought to an elegant room on the second floor by Zhong Shuming. County Magistrate Wang Qian also wanted to follow. But at this moment, Hong Kang, who was waiting at the side, blocked his path and said with a smile, "This must be County Lord Wang. This old man is Hong Kang. To be honest, I'm from Great Qi. After coming to Guangzhou, I feel that it's extremely prosperous, far surpassing Great Qi. May I ask if County Lord has any good strategies to govern the world? If you do, can you tell me about them? I do have some insights." Wang Qian nodded at first, then walked around Hong Kang. "It's naturally not a problem to tell you, but I still have some things to do." He also wanted to follow Tang Huai and Song Zhong up. On one hand, he wanted to meet Immortal Venerable Kui, who had been praised by the two human immortals. On the other hand, he did not dare to be alone outside, afraid that this was some dragon's pool or tiger's den. Without the protection of the two human immortals, he would not even have a chance to escape. However, Tang Huai did not want to complicate matters at this moment. Seeing that he was about to come over, he immediately shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing here? Wait outside." Wang Qian suddenly stopped in his tracks when he heard this, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He could only say to Hong Kang, "Old sir, come, let me tell you about our ways of governance here." "Thank you, County Lord Wang." Hong Kang cupped his hands and bowed with a smile. Tang Huai and Song Zhong carefully pushed open the door. When the two of them stepped into the room, they saw Kui Hung sitting on a chair and drinking tea. Plop. The two human immortals knelt in front of Kui Hung and kowtowed. They knelt on the ground with their hands, feet, and heads and shouted in unison. "Little Immortal Tang Huai greets Immortal Venerable." Chapter 201 Master, please take action and capture this escaping Deva, 2. Chapter 201 Master, please take action and capture this escaping Deva, 2. Little Immortal Song Zhong greets Immortal Venerable. They kowtowed on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. They were extremely respectful. After all, in their opinion, This Lord Kui in front of them was very likely a powerful existence who had already stepped into the fourth realm of the immortal world. No matter how respectful they were, it was not an exaggeration. There's no need to be so polite. Kui Heng's calm and gentle voice sounded. At the same time, Tang Huai and Song Zhong felt a gentle and invisible force surge over and drag them up. Thank you, immortal venerable. The two of them hurriedly bowed and thanked him. It's been a while since we last met in the lower world. Why are you two looking for me? Kui Heng looked at the two of them with a faint smile. Tang Huai and Song Zhong looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. The immortal sects are too ferocious. Immortal venerable, please protect us. The immortal sects are too ferocious. Immortal venerable, please protect us. Then, the two of them took out thick scrolls from their sleeves and handed them to Kui Heng with both hands. Immortal venerable, this is a book that has been accumulated in my Tang family of Maro County for 5,000 years. It records all kinds of strange things, as well as the history of the world, and martial techniques passed down, ancient secrets, and so on. Tang Huai held the scroll with both hands and said, "This is a strange scroll left behind by our ancestors. As long as you place the book on the scroll, you can leave a title on it. When you want to read it again, you just have to tap on the title on the scroll. Immortal venerable, mine is the same." Song Zhong was a little nervous. He couldn't say anything long, so he could only explain it this way. Actually, this wasn't wrong. He had also taken out such a scroll. In fact, all 24 aristocratic families and 9 preeminent families had such scrolls for storage. Oh! Kui Heng exclaimed softly. He was rather curious about this kind of scroll and smiled. This is interesting. He took the scroll from Tang Huai and unfolded it. He realized that there were indeed many names of books written on it. They were also carefully divided into genres, including history, martial arts, secrets, customs, biographies, and so on. The genres could be said to be extremely complicated. There were probably tens of thousands of books in total, or even hundreds of thousands. Kui Heng casually tapped on a title. Immediately, the words on the scroll changed and became the content of the book. He could read it directly. His eyes lit up. Good stuff. To Kui Heng, who needed to explore and understand the unknown to allow his nascent soul to grow, these were not just books and information, but also elixirs that could greatly increase his cultivation. Especially those secrets. There was a high chance that they were things that had a deep impact but few people knew about. They should be able to provide a lot of feedback for his cultivation of the unknown. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. This would greatly increase his cultivation. However, although Kui Heng was pleasantly surprised, his expression did not change. After putting away the Tang family's scroll, looked at the Song family's scroll and was immediately overjoyed. Although the books on the Song family's scrolls were fewer than the Tang family's, the entries that recorded the secrets of this world were 30% more than the Tang family's. The final gains should not be bad. Of course, after seeing the scroll Song Zhong handed over, Kui Heng still did not show any emotions. This made Tang and Song feel a little uneasy. They lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. After a long while, Kui Heng said, "Song Zhong, go back to Linjiang County. Tang Huai will stay here for now." "Thank you, immortal venerable. Thank you, immortal venerable." Tang Huai and Song Zhong immediately bowed and thanked him. Although Kui Heng did not directly say that he wanted to protect them, in their opinion, this arrangement had already shown everything. He wanted Song Zhong to return to Linjiang County to inform Hui Shi, so he would definitely not let anything happen to him on the way. When he returned, he would not let someone who had completed errands for him to be harmed. And the meaning of letting Tang Huai stay here was even more obvious. Kui Heng was in Guangzhou County, which was the safest place in the entire heavenly void world. The two of them had finally gotten what they wanted. With the books that their ancestors had accumulated for thousands of years, they obtained Kui Heng's protection. "All right, there's no need to thank me anymore." Kui Heng waved his hand gently and said, "Next, don't look for me unless it's necessary. Yes, immortal venerable. Tang Huai and Song Zhong hurriedly took their leave. Kui Heng was the only one left in the room. However, he did not immediately start reading the books recorded on these scrolls. Instead, he turned to look at the north and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He chuckled and said, "Is a fish going to take the bait?" Then, he gave the system an order. Begin conversion. The books that the two top families had accumulated for thousands of years could definitely be converted into a lot of currency. There was a very tall restaurant to the north of the inn where Kui Heng lived. It was called Riverview Pavilion. There were 7 levels in total. Even in the bustling Guangzhou city, there were only a handful of restaurants of this height. Compared to the surrounding shops, it could definitely be said to stand out. At this moment, in the private room on the 7th floor of Riverview Pavilion, there was a handsome man who looked to be in his 30s tasting wine. He did not open the window, but his gaze was fixed on the inn where Kui Heng was. What are those two old things Tang Huai and Song Zhong doing in that restaurant? The man drank a glass of wine and fell into deep thought. They're both human immortals and their status is not low, but their attitude became extremely humble after entering the inn. Looks like there should be an extraordinary person living in this inn. He's probably not just an earth immortal. He might be a Deva realm expert. I'm going to catch a big fish this time. This handsome man was a Deva of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect, and his name was Sun Wuxia. He was the one who had personally exterminated the Tang family of Maro County and the Song family of Guichuan, and he had been secretly monitoring Tang Huai and Song Zhong's movements. Previously, as Tang Huai and Song Zhong had gone to Linjiang, Sun Wuxia did not dare to get too close and could only observe the situation outside the city. The moment the two of them left the city yesterday, they attracted Sun Wuxia's attention. Hence, he followed them all the way to Guangzhou County. I'll observe the situation a little longer. Sun Wuxia had always been cautious and did not rashly go to the inn to investigate. Instead, he continued to look at Tang Huai and Song Zhong, to avoid alerting the enemy. At noon that day, Song Zhong left Guangzhou County and ran towards Linjiang. Sun Wuxia also noticed the change in his body. His eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered, "All right, I've finally found it. It's the power of a Deva's Dharma characteristic. He's indeed here." At this moment, Song Zhong's body was filled with the aura of a Deva's Dharma idol. Moreover, it was incomparably pure, far surpassing the strength of an ordinary Deva. This was only a step away from the heaven immortal realm. This was an extremely subtle power that Kui Heng had left on him in the name of temporary protection. It could be considered a bait. The goal was to let Sun Wuxia call more people over. He was still unable to determine the peak strength of the 9 immortal sects. It was not appropriate for him to rashly go over and attack, but he could lure people over and investigate step by step. This way, while understanding the situation of the 9 immortal sects, he could also explore the unknown and increase his nascent soul cultivation. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. Sun Wuxia really took the bait. Moreover, he was afraid that his investigation would alarm the Deva in the inn, so he left Guangzhou County and headed for a forest 100 miles away. This place was deserted. There was no one within a 20-mile radius. In a cave deep in the forest, there was a cave abode. Inside, an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s was sitting cross-legged and meditating, harmonizing the Dharma power in his body. Sun Wuxia rushed to the cave and knelt down respectfully. "Master, I've already found that fleeing Deva." "Your guess is indeed right. He didn't leave the Great Jew at all and came to Linjiang. He probably wants to get in touch with that pay fellow. This person's Dharma power is extremely pure. I don't think I can take him down in one strike. Master, please take action and capture this person. This is a huge opportunity for our Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect." Chapter 2029 Elders of the Immortal Sects. Chapter 2029 Elders of the Immortal Sects. The old man was rather calm. His expression was cool as he glanced at Sun Wuxia and said indifferently, "Are you sure that it's really the Deva who infiltrated the upper world with the help of the Heavenly Cycle Star Pavilion?" "There's no doubt about it." Sun Wuxia nodded solemnly and said, "That Song Zhong has the power of a Deva Dharma idol, and there are only a few devas in the entire Great Dew. The Heavenly Cycle Star Pavilion has already announced that they are going into seclusion and will not come out. It's impossible for the Black-Yellow Heavenly Palace to help these families. Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiong are also not here. Other than the Deva from the lower world who infiltrated the Heavenly Void World, who else can it be? What if it's that peerless sky demon from the lower world? The old man said bluntly. What if this is just a bait to lure us over? This, Sun Wuxia trembled when he heard this. He said carefully, "It can't be, Master. The time for the passage of the two worlds has long passed. It's impossible for that demon to come to our side within 100 years, right? What gave you the illusion that the sky demon won't sneak in?" The old man sneered and stood up. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of Guangzhou County. He said in a low voice, "You're still too inexperienced. Have you forgotten the description of the sky demon I gave you earlier?" This disciple remembers. Seeing that his master seemed to be a little angry, Sun Wuxia hurriedly knelt down. After the people from the Heavenly Cycle Star Pavilion brought back the news of the lower world, the 9 elders held a secret meeting. After the secret meeting, Kui Hung from the lower world was named as a peerless sky demon from the outer world. His an existence that will threaten the entire Heavenly Void World. We have to gather all our strength to destroy this sky demon. What else? The old man asked in a low voice. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. In order to prepare for the invasion of this peerless sky demon, we have to gather all the Heaven Dew crystals, Sun Wuxia continued. We must destroy the 9 preeminent families and the 24 aristocratic families one by one and collect their Heaven Dew crystals. However, in order to hide the truth, we have to use the pursuit of the escaped Deva as a public target to attack the ordinary families and small sects. If we manage to capture that fleeing Deva and hand him over to the 9 elders, we can obtain the chance to enter the ancient mystic realm to choose a peerless divine technique. It's a huge opportunity. Of all this information, didn't you figure out anything? The old man looked at Sun Wuxia. Sun Wuxia said after a moment of silence, "Disciple is stupid." Sigh. The old man shook his head and said, "Essentially, this means that the power of the peerless sky demon has far exceeded the limits of what we can withstand. It might even exceed the limits of what the 9 elders can deal with. Is such a level of battle against this kind of powerful enemy something that you and I can participate in? I was ordered to bring you here because I had no other choice. Why are you still intending to interfere in a battle of this level? I haven't lived enough. If you want to die, go ahead. I'll sever my relationship with you first." Sun Wuxia was stunned this time, as if he was also frightened. He said with a trembling voice, Then what should we do now? Master, can we leave Linjiang County directly? What do you think?" The old man said with a look of disappointment, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you take pills all the way to advance. Your cultivation path is too smooth. We're here on the orders of the Heaven Monarch of the sect. Even if we just stay here and do nothing, it's much better than being punished for escaping." Then what should we do next? Sun Wuxia was really flustered this time. "Let's wait and see," the old man said in a low voice. "Continue to observe in secret. Pay attention to the movements of that person in Guangzhou City and whether anyone else has come to visit. Try your best to verify that person's identity. What if it's really that fleeing Deva and not the peerless sky demon?" Sun Wuxia asked. "Even then, I won't take action either." The old man shook his head and said, "We just need to find a way to lure others over. How can an ancient mystic realm be more important than my life? Wuxia, you have to remember that no matter what it is, be it contributions, rewards, or opportunities, they are not as important as your life. You have to be careful. After all, you can fight for everything else even after you've lost them, but if you lose your life, it's really gone. Disciple will follow Master's teachings." Sun Wuxia kowtowed. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. However, he was still a little indignant. He had used a Heaven Essence Immortal pill to become a Deva. Although there was a lot less tempering and suffering this way, It also caused his cultivation to forever stop at the Deva realm, and there was no possibility of breaking through. Entering an ancient mystic realm and finding ancient divine medicines to be reborn and wash away the impurities in his body was his only hope. He didn't want to give up. Hence, after Sun Wuxia bowed, he begged, "Master, I'm not strong enough. It's easy to be discovered if I shadow someone. Can you give me a treasure to hide my aura? Millimeter, I should indeed give you something." The old man didn't refuse this time. He took out a bronze mirror and handed it to Sun Wuxia. This treasure is called the breath-concealing mirror. It can restrain your Deva aura and make you seem like an ordinary person. It's easier to hide. "Thank you, Master." Sun Wuxia took the mirror and hurriedly thanked him. In his opinion, with this precious mirror, it would be more convenient for him to investigate the situation in Guangzhou City, and his chances of success would be higher. When I enter the ancient mystic realm, I will definitely find a divine medicine that can transform my body, Sun Wuxia thought. In an inn in Guangzhou City, Kui Heng's slightly closed eyes slowly opened. He looked in the direction of Sun Wuxia and his master and said in a low voice, "9 elders? Are they referring to the 9 mystic deities who obtained the immortal true essence 3,000 years ago? If that's the case, they're indeed still alive. After such a long time, have they already stepped into a new realm? Are they already comparable to the nascent soul realm? The description of me given by the heavenly cycle star pavilion is only based on a portion of my strength when I was at the grand completion golden core realm. However, for the 9 elders to be so nervous, it means that they shouldn't have the strength of the nascent soul realm. Then is it the mid-stage or late-stage golden core realm? In order to deal with me, they need to gather all the heaven dew crystals in the world. What use can this have? This thing that has gathered the country's luck and fused with some of the spirituality of the will of all living beings can be used to nurture the spirituality of Dharma treasures or magical creatures. But what else can it be used for? When Sun Wuxia left, Kui Heng had left an almost undetectable mark on his body. The effect of this mark was similar to the golden core divinity he'd created at the grand completion stage. He could treat the mark as an extension of his divine sense. This way, there would be no secrets in Sun Wuxia's conversation with his master. Kui Heng understood everything. The biggest gain was information about the 9 elders. From the conversation between Sun Wuxia and his master, he roughly understood that the 9 elders might not have stepped into the nascent soul realm. However, the 9 elders should have grasped the method to gather the power of the heaven dew immortal crystal and were confident in using this method to destroy the so-called sky demon. Although the heaven demon described by them had only displayed a small portion of Kui Heng's strength and was only at the grand completion golden core realm, it was enough to prove that these 9 elders definitely had some unknown powerful methods in their hands. What is this method? Kui Heng instinctively became curious. This was a characteristic of cultivators at the nascent soul realm. As long as one cultivated to the nascent soul realm, they would become curious about the unknown. It was almost instinctive. The higher the level of the unknown, the stronger the reaction towards the unknown. When Hui Shi or Pei Qingshu come, I can ask them about the situation. Kui Heng nodded slightly and retracted his gaze. He thought to himself, I can put my trip to Daoi Palace higher on the list of agenda. The Daoi Palace already had a Tai mystic deity 3,000 years ago, and his cultivation level was above the 9 elders. Now, the Daoi Palace was being crazily suppressed and targeted by the 9 immortal sects. Perhaps it was because something had happened to this Tai mystic deity. Even if there was no problem, he had most likely fallen out with the 9 immortal sects. Otherwise, they would not have ended up in this situation. In this way, it was possible to learn some secrets from this former Tai mystic deity. At the same time, it could increase his cultivation of the nascent soul. Song Zhong did his best to rush back to Linjiang County. He went straight to Naxian Hall to look for Hui Shi. At this moment, Hui Shi was discussing the overall structure of the Naxian Hall with Pei Yu. "Mr. Song, why are you back?" Pei Yuezhi was a little surprised to see Song Zhong in a hurry. He was only an inner world expert. Although he was the steward of the Naxian Hall in name, he still respected Song Zhong and Tang Huai. The matter in Guangzhou City has been settled, But there's another important matter, Song Zhong explained. He didn't directly say what the important matter was because he had been taught by Tang Huai before he came and knew how to report the situation. Important matter? Pei Yuezhi was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then, he glanced at Huisha beside him and smiled. I still have some other things to deal with. You guys chat first. With that, he stood up and left. Song Zhong was a little embarrassed when he saw this. After Pei Yuezhi left, he lowered his voice and said to Huisha, David Chen, is this fine? After all, this is the Pei family's territory. It doesn't matter. Actually, he should already know my identity, but he didn't do anything. This means that it's the will of Deva Pei. Huisha waved his hand and smiled. Mr. Song has returned in a hurry. Do you have news of Immortal Venerable? That's right. Immortal Venerable is in Guangzhou City. Song Zhong nodded. That's great. Huisha immediately became excited and said happily, follow me to pack my luggage. We'll immediately go to pay our respects to Immortal Venerable. I've gathered a lot of information and am just waiting to report it to Immortal Venerable. After Pei Yuezhi walked out of the Naxian Hall, he pondered for a moment before making a decision. He summoned a servant and said in a low voice, prepare the carriage and bring me a box of my great-grandfather's favorite fruits. Then, send me to Heart-Nourishing Courtyard in the south of the city. The Heart-Nourishing Courtyard was the residence of Deva Pei. It was the backbone of the Linjiang Pei family and the core of their operations. Chapter 203 Old Master Pei Preparing to Die. Chapter 203 Old Master Pei Preparing to Die. The Heart-Nourishing Courtyard was built 70 years ago. At that time, under Pei Qingshu's lead, the Linjiang Pei family had completely separated from the 24 aristocratic families. They also began to cooperate closely with the Great Zhou imperial family and Daoi Palace. They were no longer suppressed by the immortal sects. From then on, Pei Qingshu's reputation in the Pei family was like the sun at high noon. He gradually became the backbone of the entire family and the core of the entire family. The entire Pei family seemed to be developing to a new height. However, Pei Qingshu knew very well that this was only on the surface. The strength of the immortal sects was far from what he could compare to. If not for that person from Daoi Palace, adding on to the fact that the 9 elders of the immortal sects had some problems, he and the person from the Great Zhou Imperial Palace alone would not be enough to resist the 9 immortal sects. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Therefore, not long after he successfully became independent, he sent someone to build this heart-nourishing courtyard. It was specially used for cultivation. Only by increasing his strength could the Linjiang Pei family continue to develop. Otherwise, after he died, his entire family would definitely be reduced to ashes. Fortunately, after 70 years of cultivation, Pei Qingshu already had the strength to barely resist the immortal sects. However, with the recent change in the situation, this balance was about to be broken. The Pei family was in danger again. The heart-nourishing courtyard was an exquisite garden. Although the scale was not big, it could be said to be a scene with every step. It was obvious that every corner of the place was built with a clever plan. The bamboo forest, rockery, lake. Pei Qingshu was sitting on a stone stool in the lakeside pavilion. He was wearing a light green robe and was gently fanning the small red clay stove. The purple clay pot on it was gurgling. The air was filled with the refreshing fragrance of tea. At this moment, he looked to be in his 40s. Although his appearance was still handsome, time had already left traces on his face. Wrinkles had appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his beard was a little thick. However, his gaze also became very deep, as if it contained endless secrets. When Pei Yuezhi arrived, Pei Qingshu had just finished brewing the tea. Ha ha ha, good grandson, what a coincidence. Pei Qingshu laughed when he saw him coming. Then, he picked up the boiling purple clay pot and took out 2 exquisite jade cups. He poured the fragrant tea into them and smiled. Come and try it. This spring mountain dew only tastes good when it's hot. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Thank you, great-grandfather. Pei Yuezhi leaned over with ease and placed the fruit gift box he had brought aside. He raised one of the jade cups and took a sip. He praised, "It smells good. Good tea. Haha, of course it's good tea." Pei Qingshu smiled and said, "This is a rare item from the Great Ju Imperial Palace. Great-grandfather specially brought it from inside." "Ah, this," Pei Yuezhi was speechless. He did not know what to say. Only his great-grandfather would dare to take things from the Great Ju Imperial Palace. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Pei Qingshu put down the jade cup and said in a low voice, "Good grandson, you look worried. Did you encounter some difficulties?" "It's not difficult, but there's something I don't know how to handle. I wanted to ask you, great-grandfather." Pei Yuezhi thought for a moment and said, "As you know, I've got a Naxian hall with a deputy. Tell me about it." Pei Qingshu poured himself another cup of tea and nodded gently. "Yes, this deputy's name is Chen Shahui. He's a deity realm expert. I recruited him 2 months ago," Pei Yuezhi introduced. "He does everything in an orderly manner. He even recruited 2 human immortals some time ago. In terms of ability, he's undoubtedly very outstanding. But I've recently discovered that he's not ordinary. His strength should be far beyond the deity realm. He might be a human immortal or earth immortal, or even higher. Coupled with the timing of his appearance, I suspect that he's the deva from the lower world who has been causing a commotion recently and is being hunted down by the 9 immortal sects." "Oh." Pei Qingshu was surprised when he heard that. He pondered for a moment and nodded. "If it's really that lower world deva, we should indeed take him seriously. The person behind him might be a peak 5th realm mighty figure." "Peak of the 5th realm?" Pei Yuezhi was a little stunned when he heard this. He said in shock, "Great-grandfather, are you talking about the 5th realm of the immortal world? There's such a powerful existence in this world. Just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist," Pei Qingshu said with a sigh. "Not to mention the 5th realm of the immortal world, there's definitely a higher realm." Then what should I do now?" Pei Yuezhi was a little stunned. He did not expect to recruit such a powerful person. A subordinate of a 5th realm mighty figure? This was too ridiculous. There's no need to panic. Since he can stay here peacefully for 2 months, it means that he doesn't have any ill intentions towards us. Pei Qingshu smiled and said, "Even if he really has any ill intentions, ordinary devas are nothing to me. The martial technique he cultivated was very special. It was not a normal martial technique. Although the highest realm was only similar to the deva realm, as long as he continued to cultivate, his strength could continue to increase, and his strength could naturally increase. At this point, his strength had even surpassed the heaven monarch realm and reached the level of Buddha. In a situation where the 9 elders of the immortal sects could not attack. Such strength was enough to compete with the immortal sects. However, Pei Qingshu suddenly changed the topic and said in a low voice, "What we really have to pay attention to is the mighty figure behind this person. If that mighty figure really comes to the heavenly void world, it will definitely cause a storm. Grandson, you have to pay attention to his movements at all times. The mighty figure behind him is an enemy of the immortal sects. The enemy of our enemy has a chance to become our friend. Perhaps he can become our ally." "Great-grandfather, I was just about to say that." Pei Yuezhi hurriedly said, "Perhaps the mighty figure you're talking about is already here." Then, he told Chen Shahui about how Song Zhong and Tang Huai had gone to Guangzhou County and how Song Zhong had returned alone. It seemed like he had something to tell Chen Shahui. "Your judgment is right." Pei Qingshu nodded, and his expression became solemn. He put down his teacup. "That mighty figure might have already arrived in Guangzhou County. I should go and see him." "Great-grandfather, this is too dangerous." Pei Yu panicked when he heard this. "You just said that it's very likely a 5th realm expert. The stronger he is, the more I have to go." Pei Qingshu shook his head and stood up. He looked at Pei Yuezhi and said in a low voice, "This might be an ally of ours. I have to see him, and I have to show enough respect to fight for cooperation. Otherwise, our Pei family, the Great Ju, and even Daoi Palace will be in danger." "Great-grandfather, are the 9 immortal sects going to do something?" What can they do? Pei Yuezhi was a little confused. Ever since the Linjiang Pei clan became independent and established an alliance with the Great Zhou dynasty and Daoi Palace, the 9 immortal sects had never shown any particularly strong attacks. He thought that the two sides were evenly matched. But from what his great-grandfather said, that didn't seem to be the case. The peace of the past 70 years was because the 9 elders of the immortal sects were unable to attack normally, and that person from Daoi Palace was still around. Pei Qingshu shook his head and sighed. It's different now. Pei Yu fell silent. He understood that things of this level were no longer something he could touch. However, he did not expect that he would come into contact with a secret that concerned the life and death of the entire family. All right, remember great-grandfather's words well. Don't tell anyone else. Pei Qingshu gently stroked his grandson's head and smiled. Just leave the matter to great-grandfather. Do your own thing. Great-grandfather, what if that mighty figure harms you? Pei Yuezhi asked worriedly. Even so, I still have to go. This is our only chance. If we miss it, the entire Pei family can only wait for death. Pei Qingshu's attitude was very firm. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and turned around to return to his room. When he came out of the room a moment later, he was holding a letter sealed with fire paint. Good grandson, if I don't return, send this letter to the Great Zhou Imperial City and find a palace maid called Yu Wei. She will send this letter to where it belongs. Pei Qingshu handed the letter to Pei Yuezhi. Great-grandfather, are you really going to do this? Pei Yuezhi could not help but feel sad. He could already feel that his great-grandfather was prepared to die. After all, the other party was very likely a fifth-realm mighty figure of the immortal world. His strength was beyond imagination. This is what I should do, Pei Qingshu said in a low voice. Then, he stood up and left the courtyard. When he flew into the sky, Pei Qingshu looked in the direction of the Great Zhou Imperial City and thought to himself, if I don't return this time, I can only leave the matter of finding immortal venerable to you. In the end, he composed himself and flew towards Guangzhou County. Thanks to the help of the 9-fire flame dragon, Huisha's speed was extremely fast. Song Zhong had just arrived in Linjiang County, but he'd been brought back to Guangzhou County. The entire process did not take long. After arriving at Guangzhou City, the two of them went straight to the inn where Kui Heng was. This was naturally noticed by Sun Wanxia, who was secretly observing. He was even more convinced that there was something wrong with the people in this inn. However, he still had to wait for the right time and investigate the situation inside before taking action. However, just as Sun Wanxia was hiding in the restaurant and thinking about his plan, his spiritual perception suddenly trembled. He felt an extremely huge aura flying over from Linjiang County. What's going on? This aura feels a little familiar. Could it be? Sun Wanxia frowned as he looked at the sky. In the next moment, his gaze froze. Pei Qingshu. Why is he here? Chapter 204 Reunion after 150 years. Chapter 204 Reunion after 150 years. Pei Qingshu. This name was almost a taboo to devas from the immortal sects. 70 years ago, the Linjiang Pei family was only a dog under the jurisdiction of the Black-Yellow Heavenly Palace. However, ever since Pei Qingshu appeared, the Linjiang Pei family had left the control of the immortal sects and established their own sect. This was an expert who had completely not relied on the immortal sect's medicinal pills to become a deva. Naturally, it attracted the collective hatred and targeting of the immortal sects. At that time, Pei Qingshu had just announced the independence of the Linjiang Pei clan, and the Black-Yellow Heavenly Palace had sent 2 devas to capture him. The other immortal sects were also prepared to watch a good show. After all, since ancient times, it was not that there had been no aristocratic families who dared to resist the immortal sects, but without exception, they would be completely crushed and used as an example like a chicken killed to warn the other monkeys. In the eyes of many immortal sects experts, the Linjiang Pei family was just another chicken that had jumped out. However, the final outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. The two devas from the black-yellow heavenly palace were severely injured by Pei Qingshu and were almost killed on the spot. They did not even have the chance to escape. In the end, Pei Qingshu sent someone to bring the two devas back to the black-yellow heavenly palace. A heaven immortal mighty figure of the black-yellow heavenly palace was furious because of this and rushed to Linjiang County to kill Pei Qingshu. However, he could only fight Pei Qingshu to a draw and could not take him down at all. It was unprecedented for a deva to be able to fight a heaven immortal. The entire world was shocked. After this battle, Pei Qingshu's name shook the heavenly void world. However, it was precisely for this reason that he officially entered the sights of the other immortal sects. The immortal sects began to send heaven immortals to find trouble with the Linjiang Pei family. But no one could defeat Pei Qingshu. Instead, it made his voice even louder. Moreover, not long after Pei Qingshu's name spread throughout the world, the emperor of the Great Jew, who had always been very respectful to the immortal sects, suddenly announced his abdication and abdicated the throne. The one who ascended to the throne was a young princess. She was actually also a deva. Moreover, not long after this empress ascended to the throne, she established an alliance with the Linjiang Pei clan and expressed that they would advance and retreat together to resist the oppression of the immortal sects. This behavior directly angered the 9 immortal sects. Many devas and heaven immortals had gathered in Linjiang County. Even the usually cautious heavenly cycle star pavilion could not help but participate and join forces to kill Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiong. There were even rumors that even heaven monarch-level mighty figures were already hiding in the dark, ready to attack at any time. However, at the critical moment, that person from Daoi Palace suddenly sent down a decree, suppressing all the people from the immortal sects present until they could not resist. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. At the same time, Daoi Palace formed an alliance with these two families. The siege of the 9 immortal sects was left unsettled, and there was nothing else after. The 9 immortal sects lost all face because of this. However, at that time, no one took the Linjiang Pei family and the Empress of Great Jew seriously. In the eyes of many, these two factions were only being protected by Daoi Palace. However, from 30 years ago, Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiong gradually became a taboo subject among the immortal sects. From 30 years ago, these two people had started to attack the devas and even heaven immortals of the 9 immortal sects everywhere. Moreover, they acted separately and independently. They were killed with a single strike and never delayed. In just a few years, more than 10 devas and 3 heaven immortals had died. As for the Linjiang Pei family and the Empress of Great Jew, they were unharmed. What was even more bizarre was that the two of them were still at the deva realm, but they already had the strength to crush heaven immortals. In order to figure out this secret, the 9 immortal sects attacked again. In the end, it directly caused the death of a heaven monarch. Ever since then, Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiong's names had become taboo for everyone in the immortal sects. They would try their best to avoid mentioning them. The stable situation in the past 30 years was also because of that battle. After a long period of stability, be it the Linjiang Pei family, the Great Jew imperial family, the aristocratic families, or the many immortal sects, they subconsciously thought that life would continue to be stable. But now, Sun Wancha realized that he might be wrong. Pei Qingshu was here. The reason why he came to see this lower world deva hidden in Guangzhou City was probably to see the expert behind this lower world deva. Thinking of this, Sun Wancha suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and a strong sense of fear appeared in his heart. He couldn't help but think to himself, Master is right. Perhaps I'm really courting death by coming to join in the fun. Hence, he made a prompt decision and quietly left Guangzhou County, heading towards the cave where his master was previously. But as soon as he entered the cave, Sun Wancha felt that something was wrong. Why is it so cold? Master's aura is gone. Could it be? Master? He panicked and rushed in. When Sun Wancha arrived at the cave abode, he realized that there was no one here, only a letter. He picked up the letter and the corners of his mouth twitched. My dear disciple, this place is dangerous. I'll leave first. If you see this letter, leave quickly. Master actually ran away. And he'd escaped by himself. He didn't even bring me along. Sun Wanxia was speechless at first, but then he panicked. His master had already escaped so decisively. If he still insisted on investigating, he would really be courting death. Go, go. I have to go. However, when he walked out of the cave, he suddenly saw a pocket-sized fire dragon floating in the air and blinking at him. Howl. The surrounding space suddenly became hot. However, Sun Wanxia felt his limbs turn cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. In an inn in Guangzhou City, Wuxia looked at Kui Heng with extreme excitement. He bowed respectfully and said, "Wuxia greets Immortal Venerable." Song Zhong, who was following beside him, hurriedly bowed. There's no need to be so polite. Kui Heng waved his hand and looked at Tang Huaiyi and Song Zhong beside him. He said to Wuxia, "I've heard from the two of them about what you've done in the past 2 months. You've done very well. I merely followed your orders, Immortal Venerable." Wuxia removed a bundle from his back and took out numerous books one after another to offer to Kui Heng. "Immortal Venerable, these are the records of the actual situation that I found out in Linjiang County." Very good. Kui Heng was very satisfied with Wuxia. After taking the books, he put them away in his sleeve. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. He looked outside and chuckled. "What do you think of the Pei family's Deva Pei?" Deva Pei. Wuxia was stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I've never seen this Deva Pei before, but through my interactions with some people from the Pei family and Linjiang County, I can tell that this Deva Pei has an extremely high reputation. According to my investigations, although Deva Pei is only a Deva, he has strength comparable to a Buddha and is one of the strongest experts at this time. From the lives of the people in Linjiang County, he shouldn't be someone who would oppress the people and abuse his power. In short, I think this person shouldn't be bad. It's enough as long as he's not bad." Kui Heng nodded slightly and looked at Tang Huaiyi and Song Zhong. He smiled and said, "What do the two of you think?" "Me. Us." Tang Huaiyi and Song Zhong looked at each other and shook their heads in embarrassment. "Immortal Venerable, we're only human immortals. Our understanding of Deva Pei is only limited to rumors, and most of these rumors are spread by the immortal sects." Tang Huaiyi smiled bitterly. According to the descriptions of the immortal sects, Deva Pei is cruel and bloodthirsty. He eats children every day. He's simply not human. "That's what I heard too." Song Zhong nodded in agreement at first, then emphasized, "The people from the immortal sects are selfish and shameless. That's why they resorted to using propaganda to affect the public's opinion." "You all will be meeting him later." Kui Heng smiled. "Ah. What? Meet Deva Pei?" The three of them were stunned. Pei Qingshu had already entered the city. In order to show respect to the Fifth Realm expert, he walked towards the inn step by step. Walking through the streets and past this bustling scene, Pei Qingshu sighed with emotion. He did not know if he would still be able to see such a scene anymore. At this moment, this famous Deva's heart was very complicated, and his footsteps involuntarily slowed down. As he approached the inn, he felt the emotions in his heart become heavier. He even felt various memories of the past flowing in his heart. When he was young, his aptitude was high, and he was the center of attention. He was high-spirited. Later on, he was filled with resentment after his legs were crippled. Then, he accidentally entered an immortal world and received an immortal fruit from an immortal venerable. He recovered his health and obtained a divine cultivation technique manual that changed his fate. After that were the various experiences after reaching the Deva realm. He also remembered working hard with Li Mingqiong to find immortal venerable. One thing after another, scenes appeared before his eyes. This made the expression on his face extremely complicated. Pei Qingshu couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that my instincts are playing tricks on me? Could it be that I subconsciously think that I'm definitely going to die this time? Am I having the death flashbacks in advance? Although he was already prepared to die, he could not help but feel a little uneasy to meet such a powerful existence. However, he was someone who had experienced great storms after all. After taking a deep breath, Pei Qingshu adjusted his emotions and walked into the inn. "You are Zhong Shuming stopped him. Let him in. Kui Heng's voice came from upstairs. Pei Qingshu froze when he heard this voice. His originally nervous heart skipped a beat, and the expression on his face became one of surprise and joy, even more so disbelief. Please. Zhong Shuming stepped aside and did not notice Pei Qingshu's abnormality. Thank you. Pei Qingshu realized that his voice was trembling. Then, he walked up the stairs step by step and arrived at the door of Kui Heng's room. Senior. Boom. At this moment, the two doors of the room opened automatically. Kui Heng, who was sitting inside, looked at Pei Qingshu and chuckled. It's been more than 100 years since we last met. You're already calling me senior? Immortal venerable. Pei Qingshu knelt on the ground. The memories that had been sealed in his mind for 150 years suddenly surged up. Disciple Pei Qingshu greets immortal venerable. Chapter 205 Try. Chapter 205 Try. The moment he saw Kui Heng, an incomparable surprise filled Pei Qingshu's mind. 150 years of pursuit. 150 years of searching. He finally saw immortal venerable again. This made him extremely excited, and even his body trembled slightly. He did not look like the Deva Pei that the entire heavenly void world regarded as a taboo. At the same time, he was amused by his previous nervousness. If he had known that the person here was immortal venerable, why would he still be nervous? Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. He would definitely have rushed over in great joy to pay his respects to immortal venerable. At this moment, Tang Huai and Song Zhong were also stunned. Their eyes widened as they looked at Pei Qingshu, who was kneeling on the ground. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed this scene. Deva Pei actually knelt down to someone. This was too unbelievable. Even if immortal venerable's strength had reached an unbelievable level and might even have reached the legendary realm, there was no need for Deva Pei to have such a huge reaction. Moreover, what did Deva Pei call himself just now? Disciple? He was actually a disciple? Tang Huai and Song Zhong noticed this and their hearts were in turmoil. Could it be that Deva Pei was actually immortal venerable's disciple? That's right, that must be it. 70 years ago, Pei Tianren appeared out of nowhere and even grasped a martial technique that allowed him to become a Deva without using the 3 primordial immortal pills. There must be someone helping him behind the scenes. So this immortal venerable Kui had already set up an array in the heavenly void world 70 years ago, or even 100 years ago. This was too ridiculous. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Immortal venerable Kui had spent a lot of effort. Could it be that there was a shocking plan? As they thought about it, their hearts became excited. Their bodies trembled. At the side, Hui Shi was also thinking about the relationship between Pei Qingshu and Kui Heng. However, he was more concerned about Kui Heng's expression. When he saw Pei Qingshu, Kui Heng's gaze softened, as if he was an elder meeting a junior. Could this Deva Pei really be immortal venerable's disciple? Hui Shi couldn't help but guess. At this moment, Kui Heng looked at Pei Qingshu, who was kneeling on the ground. He looked at his old appearance and could not help but sigh in his heart. 150 years ago, this Deva Pei was still a child. Now, his temples were white and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Get up, Kui Heng said indifferently. Sit down beside me. Although he had not really taken Pei Qingshu as his disciple, they did have a master and disciple relationship. Therefore, he did not correct Pei Qingshu for calling himself his disciple. Yes, disciple understand. Pei Qingshu stood up in surprise and sat on a chair beside Kui Heng. He said happily, Immortal Venerable, when did you come here? I didn't even know you were here and couldn't welcome you. Now, he was overjoyed. This was because Kui Heng had already acknowledged him as his disciple. This was also the recognition he had been pursuing for 150 years. He hoped that Immortal Venerable would treat him as his disciple. Even if he was just an in-name disciple. Not long ago. Kui Heng nodded slightly and sized up Pei Qingshu. He sighed and said, from the looks of it, You haven't been living a stable life for the past 150 years. Disciple is ashamed. Pei Qingshu lowered his head and smiled bitterly. To the 9 immortal sects, we are heretics and must be killed. If not for that person from Dowei Palace, junior sister and I probably wouldn't have survived until now. That person from Dowei Palace? Kui Heng pondered for a moment and asked, do you know what realm he's in now? He should be above the 4th realm of the immortal world and firmly suppressed the 9 elders of the immortal sects. However, he didn't obtain the immortal true essence and didn't really break through to the 5th realm of the immortal world, Pei Qingshu explained. In that case, the so-called 9 elders of the immortal sects should only be at the 2nd level of the 4th realm, the Tai mystic deity realm? Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his head. Is it just this level? Disciple has seen that person from Dowei Palace before. There's no doubt about it. Pei Qingshu nodded and said, however, that person from Dowei Palace said that there's something strange about the 9 elders of the immortal sects that shocked him. Perhaps it involves a higher level. Is the person from Dowei Palace still living? Kui Heng asked. His lifespan is almost up. Pei Qingshu sighed and said, as long as that person from Dowei Palace dies, the 9 elders of the immortal sects will no longer have any worries. Junior sister and I will probably be in danger. With me around, you'll be fine. Kui Heng smiled. Thank you, immortal venerable. Pei Qingshu hurriedly bowed. Do you know what state the 9 elders of the immortal sects are in? Kui Heng asked again. The 9 elders of the immortal sects have been in seclusion all this while. There are rumors that they are about to come out of seclusion recently, Pei Qingshu said. The person from Dowei Palace judged that the 9 elders need to suppress the strange power in their bodies, so they have been in seclusion. What is that strange power? Kui Heng asked. I'm not sure. The person from Dowei Palace didn't say anything either. Pei Qingshu shook his head. Looks like I have to take the time to go to Dowei Palace. Kui Heng smiled and stood up. He said to Pei Qingshu, follow me to take a walk in the sky. Yes, immortal venerable. Pei Qingshu hurriedly stood up and nodded. In the next moment, he felt his vision blur and heard the sound of the wind whistling in his ears. When he focused his gaze, he realized that he was already in the clouds. Kui Heng stood beside him and looked into the distance. Suddenly, he said, Qingshu, have you been to the lower world? No. Pei Qingshu shook his head. He did not understand why Kui Heng would suddenly ask this, but he still answered truthfully, I'm not allowed to leave the heavenly void world. If you've been to the lower world, you'll discover that the heavenly void world is actually surprisingly small. Kui Heng's gaze was deep as he said in a low voice, a world with a round sky and land still has visible edges of the earth and the sea. This world is very small. Pei Qingshu did not say anything. He did not quite understand what Kui Heng meant. Previously, I was wondering if the 9 elders of the immortal sects were at the 6th realm of the immortal world or even higher. After all, they were already at the 4th realm 3,000 years ago. Kui Heng smiled. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be possible. How can so many divine dragons appear in such a small pool? Immortal venerable, you're overthinking. How can the 9 elders of the immortal sects be at the 6th realm? Pei Qingshu was surprised that Kui Heng would have such thoughts. There's probably no 5th realm immortal in the entire heavenly void world. So, after hearing what you said earlier, I made a decision. Kui Heng pointed below and saw a scarlet flame flying towards the surrounding realm. It was the 9-fire flame dragon. Its claws held the descendants of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. I plan to destroy an immortal sect first, Kui Heng said indifferently. After figuring out the strength of the 9 immortal sects, he planned to send a 9-fire flame dragon over to investigate the situation and also test the true strength of the so-called 9 elders. This 9-fire flame dragon had already been raised to the late-stage Golden Core realm. If the 9 elders of the immortal sects had really not reached the 5th realm, perhaps they were really going to be wiped out. Exterminate an immortal sect first. Try. Pei Qingshu was shocked. His voice was trembling, and his heart was filled with shock. Although Kui Heng had always been that supreme immortal venerable in his heart, He was still extremely shocked when Immortal Venerable spoke about destroying an immortal sect so simply. What was an immortal sect? This was the source of civilization in the entire heavenly void world, and also the source of all martial arts. It was a peak faction that had existed since ancient times. They could be said to be the ancestral masters of most people in the entire heavenly void world. To a certain extent, as long as they were living beings of the heavenly void world, it was impossible for them to have the power to fight against the immortal sects. Both Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiong had learned martial arts from outside the heavenly void world. Daoi Palace did not belong to the heavenly void world to begin with. However, even if they joined forces, they would not be able to completely suppress the 9 immortal sects, let alone destroy any of them. Now, Kuiheng made it sound so easy. How powerful is Immortal Venerable? Pei Qingshu exclaimed in his heart. It's just an attempt. It might not succeed. Kuiheng smiled and said, tell me how you've lived all these years. And the Li Mingqiong you know. Yes, Immortal Venerable. Pei Qingshu nodded and was about to start explaining when Kuiheng suddenly waved his hand to stop him. You're still calling me Immortal Venerable? Kuiheng looked at him with a faint smile. Didn't you already call yourself my disciple? Pei Qingshu's eyes widened when he heard this. He was overjoyed in his heart. Master. Chapter 206 Alternative Breakthrough, Pure Yang True Body. Chapter 206 Alternative Breakthrough, Pure Yang True Body. In the past 150 years, Pei Qingshu had never been so happy. He had endured humiliation for the first 80 years and cultivated silently. 70 years ago, he appeared out of nowhere. In the recent decades, he had worked hard to govern Linjiang County and fought against the immortal sects. All of his emotions dissolved and turned into dense joy at this moment, overflowing in his chest. Nothing was happier than obtaining the recognition of Immortal Venerable. No, Master. Oh right, he could finally let that wretched girl call him senior brother. After all, he was acknowledged by Master first. Pei Qingshu was filled with joy and actually smiled foolishly like a child. If others saw him like this, their eyes would definitely pop out. All right, stop smiling foolishly. Kuiheng patted Pei Qingshu's shoulder gently and smiled. I'll check your body first. Your current lifespan is not normal. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Thank you, Master. Pei Qingshu came back to his senses. He was not embarrassed by his silly smile just now. Master could be said to be his only elder. What was so bad about embarrassing himself in front of an elder? Your life source is flowing away rapidly. Kuiheng quickly found the problem and said in a low voice, do you know the reason? I don't know what happened either. This situation appeared after I accidentally broke through to the Deva realm. Pei Qingshu smiled bitterly. Perhaps it's because in order to obtain enough power, I reached a realm that shouldn't have belonged to me. Pei Qingshu's current state was very strange. He clearly had the strength equivalent to the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, but his cultivation was still at the early stage Foundation Establishment realm. What was even stranger was his lifespan. He was only in his 160s, but he was already on the verge of death. Ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators had a lifespan of nearly 1,000 years, and even Martial Dao Devas had a lifespan of more than 500 years. This was only the normal lifespan. If he cultivated some longevity techniques or ate some life-prolonging pills, his lifespan would be even longer. The immortal martial technique that Pei Qingshu cultivated was created by Kuiheng using martial cultivation as the foundation and referenced immortal cultivation techniques. Even if the lifespan extension of this technique could not compare to a true immortal cultivation technique, it should be stronger than ordinary martial arts. He should be able to live for at least 700 to 800 years. How could he have such a short life? The problem was that his strength did not match his realm. As Kuiheng pondered, he carefully used his dharmic powers to examine Pei Qingshu's body. Through the layers of withered vitality, he sensed a force that had fused into Pei Qingshu's limbs and organs. This power was not as pure as dharmic powers, but it was stronger than the Dharma idol power of a martial Dao Deva. It seemed to be the result of forcefully fusing power equivalent to the early-stage Foundation establishment realm with chi and blood to condense the blood of a deva. Then, the deva's blood would continuously expand and transform the entire body, thereby cultivating a powerful body similar to the Golden Buddha body. To put it simply, Pei Qingshu had used this method to turn himself into a super deva. Ordinary devas only had 12 drops of deva blood at most. Then, they could use the blood as the foundation to submerge into the Dharma idol and imprint nomological divine powers. But Pei Qingshu's entire body was filled with deva blood. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. However, it was precisely because of this cultivation technique that although his body was incomparably powerful, it also caused his life source to be greatly destroyed. Not only did his lifespan not increase, it had decreased. At most, he could only live for 360 years cycles. In other words, 180 years. Now that Pei Qingshu was almost 170 years old, he indeed did not have long to live. After investigating this point, Kui Heng suddenly felt that his nascent soul cultivation had increased, and his nascent soul's form had become clearer. Moreover, the magnitude was not small. Clearly, the path that Pei Qingshu had taken was also an unknown. It was an unknown path that he had explored on the basis of the immortal martial techniques he had taught. If I can correct this path and continue developing it, it might not be a bad path. Kui Heng thought to himself, the first thing to solve is the problem of his lifespan. Lifespan involved the concept of the physical body. Extending one's lifespan meant sublimating the essence of the physical body or maintaining the functions of the physical body. The former was usually brought about by a breakthrough in realm, while the latter was usually the effect of a longevity pill. Simply put, as long as he could help Pei Qingshu break through, his lifespan would naturally improve. It might even increase by a relatively large amount. After all, Pei Qingshu's strength was already equivalent to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. If he broke through again, he would be comparable to an early-stage golden core cultivator. While figuring out Pei Qingshu's cultivation situation, Kui Heng thought of a solution. He could continue to refer to the methods of the fourth realm of the martial Tao immortal world. At the same time, he could combine the concepts of the immortal cultivation method and condense a Dharma idol for him. However, this Dharma idol was not the same as the fourth realm's Dharma idol. Instead, it used a huge amount of deva blood to fuse with the soul to form a deva sea of blood. Then, using the soul to communicate with the power of the heaven and earth laws and igniting the sea of blood, he could fuse his body with the sea of blood to finally form a martial Tao true body. It was extremely powerful. Moreover, this method of completely fusing his body with the power in his body was perfectly compatible with the outside world. The martial Tao true body formed after breaking through would be far stronger than ordinary Dharma idols. As long as his martial Tao true body was formed, he could immediately fight against a Tai mystic deity. Hence, Kui Heng slowly lowered his palm from Pei Qingshu's shoulder and retracted his dharmic powers. He smiled and said, "It's not a big problem. I've already thought of a solution." A solution? Pei Qingshu looked at Kui Heng in confusion. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Master, there's no need to waste your energy. My destiny is reaching an end. Longevity pills are useless." "You rascal, you don't believe my words now?" Kui Heng scolded with a smile. Then, he stretched out a finger and condensed a heart imprint. He tapped Pei Qingshu's glabella. Just cultivate according to the heart imprints technique. At the same time, Pei Qingshu felt an endless amount of information surge into his mind. An incomparably clear path appeared in his mind. The extremely huge amount of deva blood in his body began to surge rapidly. All the power that had seeped into his limbs and bones was mobilized at this moment. They all gathered, as if they had transformed into an endless sea of deva blood. He was actually starting to break through. Pei Qingshu had been stuck in his current realm for decades and had long accumulated enough. Now that he had come into contact with the method to break through, he immediately broke through the shackles of his original realm and began to advance to a new level. Crash! Kui Heng heard the sound of waves surging from Pei Qingshu's body. Immediately after, His entire body was ignited with a layer of crimson blood flames. The sea of Deva blood began to boil, dissolving into his soul bit by bit. Pei Qingshu's body began to emit golden light, emitting a hint of immortality. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening bang sounded in the world. Layers of dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above Guangzhou County. As it surged, one could vaguely see numerous golden snakes dancing wildly in the clouds. This world-shaking phenomenon quickly spread in all directions with Guangzhou County as the core. In an extremely short period of time, it covered most of Linjiang County and half of Wuyuan County. Countless commoners looked up at the sky and felt an inexplicable excitement in their hearts. Everyone felt that the blood in their bodies was about to boil and they were incomparably excited. The martial artists were different, especially those who had stepped into the Xiantian realm and had already achieved internal and external resonance. They all felt great fear. In the perception of these martial artists, a huge fireball suddenly appeared in the originally empty sky. It was as if it wanted to burn the laws, logos, vital energy, and immortals and Buddhas. It was as if everything would be buried in this flame. There were also experienced earth immortals who felt that this should be a phenomenon that originated from Deva blood. However, they had never seen such a vast amount of Deva blood in their lives. They could hardly believe their senses. The few Devas and heaven immortals hiding near Linjiang County were all dumbfounded. They looked at the sky in shock. This is, a heaven monarch is about to break through? However, this guess was quickly denied by them. Because no one believed that this could happen. It was impossible. After all, ever since the appearance of the 9 immortal sects, there had never been a new 4th realm immortal cultivator. The realms of mystic deity and Tai mystic deity had almost become lost in history. However, in the heavenly cycle star pavilion not far from Linjiang County, an old man with white hair and a wrinkled face looked at the sky in shock and muttered. Mystic deity, a new mystic deity? No, that's not right. It doesn't look like a normal mystic deity. What is this? No, I have to take a look. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering thunderclap, golden lightning as thick as a bucket descended from the dark clouds and accurately struck Pei Qingshu, who was breaking through. The lightning constantly destroyed his attempts to ignite his body and gather the Deva blood to brand the laws to form an alternative Dharma body. However, every time it was destroyed a little, more Deva blood would surge up. It was like a vast sea that constantly mended the wounds and blocked the attacks. After experiencing the bombardment of lightning, Pei Qingshu's indestructible aura had weakened, but he now possessed an extremely firm and pure yang aura. His strength had become even stronger. Finally, after 81 bolts of lightning, Pei Qingshu completed his breakthrough. His body, which had already begun to age, had become incomparably strong and young. From his original appearance of 40 to 50 years old, he had returned to his 20s. At this moment, Pei Qingshu's muscles were bulging, and his skin was emitting a faint golden light. He was filled with a ferocious and pure yang aura. Compared to before, he was like a different person. Master, I broke through. I really broke through. Ha ha ha. Pei Qingshu threw his head back and laughed. His voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings, causing the citizens within a radius of more than 10 kilometers to feel their heads buzzing. Chapter 207 Huge Harvest, Fire Dragon Heads to Heavenly Unity. Chapter 207 Huge Harvest, Fire Dragon Heads to Heavenly Unity. At the same time that Pei Qingshu broke through, Kui Heng, who had personally created all of this, suddenly felt the nascent soul in his body move. A pure golden light actually appeared beside this small and exquisite 3-foot-long infant. It was filled with pure yang true intent and could be condensed into any appearance at any time with dharmic powers. At the same time, Kui Heng's dharmic powers instantly doubled. He became even stronger, and his strength increased tremendously. He even had a feeling that as long as he borrowed the experience of such a similar situation again, he could directly break through to the mid-stage nascent soul realm. The gains were too great. Is this the harvest from exploring an unknown cultivation path? It's too shocking. Kui Heng was amazed in his heart. The feedback he had just obtained was 10 times more than all the previous explorations combined. The increase was too great, too ridiculous. This even gave him the idea that he did not need to go anywhere and only needed to ponder over unknown cultivation paths to break through to the peak of the nascent soul realm. However, Kui Heng quickly woke up from his ecstasy. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. On second thought, he understood that this kind of situation could only be encountered by luck, and it was not something that he could figure out by himself. The immortal martial techniques that Pei Qingshu cultivated were created by Kui Heng based on basic martial arts and cultivation concepts. The path of the Deva blood filling his body was cultivated by Pei Qingshu after he reached the end of the immortal cultivation technique. He used the martial Dao Deva technique as a reference and accidentally cultivated it. Next, he refined the pure yang true body. It was a technique that Kui Heng had created by combining the cultivation method of the fourth realm immortal, the mystic Dharma body realm, with the concept of condensing a golden core. It could be said that from the beginning to now, this new path was not fabricated out of thin air. The origin of every step could be traced, and the concept behind every step had a source. It was not sourceless water, nor was it a tree without roots. Unless I can come into contact with cultivation methods other than martial cultivation and combine them with immortal cultivation concepts to create another path, it's almost impossible to obtain such benefits. Kui Heng thought to himself, however, if there's another person who can pave a new path for the immortal martial technique I created and break through to a realm similar to the Golden Core realm with my help, I should still be able to gain a lot. This made him think of Li Mingqiong. Thinking of this, Kui Heng asked Pei Qingshu directly, by the way, Qingshu, do you know what Mingqiong's current situation is? Has she also spread Deva blood all over her body like you? The smile on Pei Qingshu's face froze when he heard this. His emotions became extremely complicated. It turned out that the most important person in Master's heart was still Li Mingqiong. He had just broken through and Master was already asking about her situation. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he was shocked. He suddenly felt that his mental state seemed to have become younger with his body. In the past, he would never have had such thoughts. After Pei Qingshu realized this, he calmed down slightly and took a deep breath. She also has strength comparable to the Buddha realm. However, she doesn't walk the same path as me. But I didn't ask about the exact situation. Their relationship was actually rather complicated. There were some grudges and deep fates between them. They were also comrades of the cooperative alliance against the immortal sects. They rarely interacted directly with each other in the past and usually only contacted each other through letters. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Naturally, he rarely asked about such secrets. She actually walked out her own path as well. Kui Heng was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. This meant that he could obtain another huge harvest. This was very rare. Pei Qingshu fell silent when he heard this. Then, he clenched his fists and said, Master, I feel that I'm unprecedentedly powerful now. This is the power of a fourth realm immortal. It's too powerful. Yes, after undergoing the baptism of the lightning tribulation, you've refined a pure yang true body. You've just broken through and your strength is probably equivalent to a Tai mystic deity. Kui Heng first smiled and praised him, then shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, your golden immortal nature was greatly reduced during the lightning tribulation, and it's unable to allow you to be reborn from a drop of blood. Your lifespan was only extended by 800 years. Master, I'm already very satisfied, Pei Qingshu said humbly. Once the pure yang true body is formed, it can extend one's lifespan by 800 years. One's head can be severed and not die, and one's limbs can be regrown. This is a supreme fortune that Master gave to me. His current situation was similar to an adolescent golden core. He could not be reborn with a drop of blood. Only when his body was more than 50% complete could he be reborn. His lifespan was also relatively short. However, just as Pei Qingshu had said, to him, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, this was indeed a great fortune. This is just the beginning. The road ahead is still very long, Kui Heng reminded with a smile. Then, he turned his gaze in another direction and chuckled. There's a guest. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright silver light that looked like starlight flew up from afar and stopped 100 kilometers away, as if it was carefully observing the situation here. The person who came seemed to be a heaven monarch, but he could clearly sense an aura that was higher than that of a heaven monarch or even a Buddha. This was the aura of a mystic deity. In Buddhist sects, it was the aura of a body-true fruit expert. However, it also felt a little unreal. So it's a split-soul possession. Kui Heng saw through the mystery with a single glance and said indifferently, "Come over. Otherwise, with your cultivation, not to mention 100 miles, even if it's thousands of miles away, I'll still be able to take you easily." The person in the distance clearly trembled when he heard this, but after a moment of hesitation, he still flew over. This was an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His hair and beard were white, and his face was filled with wrinkles. He wore a robe with star patterns as he flew over from afar. Minor immortal greets immortal venerable. The old man could clearly tell that Kui Heng was the leader here. Pei Qingshu was standing behind Kui Heng with a respectful expression. Now, the old man regretted his decisions to death. He did not expect that his action of only coming to investigate the situation and see if a new mystic deity had been born before deciding if he could rope the other party in or destroy him would lead to encountering an unimaginably powerful and terrifying existence. Actually, Kui Heng had already deliberately restrained the nascent soul aura on his body. After all, the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator was enough to make the entire planet tremble. If he did this in the heavenly void world, it was difficult to predict the consequences. However, even so, the old man still felt that Kui Heng was an extremely powerful and indescribable existence. In the face of such an existence, he only dared to call himself a minor immortal. "Who's the subsoul attached to you?" Kui Heng asked directly, not even bothering to ask about the old man's identity. The old man hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. "It's the ancestral master of my heavenly cycle star pavilion, one of the 9 elders of the immortal sects." It was precisely this wisp of soul that had increased his strength from the heaven monarch realm to the mystic deity realm, allowing him to possess the strength of a 4th realm immortal. It's indeed identical to the characteristics of the unparalleled demon. Kui Heng saw the strange undying characteristic on this wisp of soul and instantly made a judgment. At the same time, his nascent soul cultivation also increased slightly. "Immortal venerable, our ancestral master is not a great demon." The old man could not help but retort. Although he knew that he might be killed on the spot, he still did this for the sake of the sect's reputation. "Is that so?" Kui Heng chuckled. Actually, he was not talking about the person in the heavenly cycle star pavilion. But he did not explain. After all, in terms of the so-called demonic nature, there was indeed no difference between the two. If I'm not wrong, the reason why the 9 elders of the immortal sects haven't attacked is because they're fighting to suppress some kind of abnormal state. Kui Heng looked at the old man with a smile. His gaze was enough to see through the old man's soul and clearly see the wisp of soul that was attached to it. It emitted a faint golden light that vaguely had the charm of immortal golden nature, but it was more of an aura of madness and anger. However, this aura was wrapped in the power of the subsoul and could not leak out, nor could it interfere with the outside world. For the time being, it did not affect the old man who was possessed by the subsoul. "Please forgive me for not being able to comment." The old man cupped his hands. "There's no need for you to explain." Kui Heng smiled and looked into the distance. "After the results of my trial, perhaps I'll ask him myself." In that direction, the 9-fire flame dragon was grabbing Sun Wuxia and flying through the sky. This 9-fire flame dragon was the second one Kui Heng had condensed. His name was Hua. It was condensed when Kui Heng reached the grand completion stage of the Golden Core realm. Then, it followed Hui Shi to the heavenly void world. Its spirituality had never increased much. Therefore, it seemed a little stupid. Even after Kui Heng arrived and gave it more spirituality and dharmic powers, raising it to the late-stage Golden Core realm, it was still used to howling and liked to talk. In fact, it already had the ability to speak human language. However, in order to figure out the way to the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect, Hue could only keep asking Sun Wuxia. This made things difficult for Hue. It felt like it was the most bitter dragon in the world. It actually had to keep talking. Fortunately, Sun Wuxia was already completely frightened. He did not dare to play any tricks at all and only told the truth. Hue quickly followed the directions and found the base of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. Then, it released Sun Wuxia. The sudden freedom made Sun Wuxia overjoyed. In his ecstasy, he flew back to the sect without hesitation. However, he happened to meet his master, who had just returned to the sect. It was the master who left him a note and ran away. The master and disciple looked at each other. The old man was the first to ask. He frowned and looked at Sun Wuxia in surprise. He said in a low voice, "How did you come back so quickly?" I ran back by myself." Sun Wuxia pretended to be calm and did not mention the 9-fire flame dragon. "Master, it was indeed too dangerous in Guangzhou County, so What's that on your back?" The old man suddenly shouted sternly, "It's the burn mark of flames, and it's very new." "Not good." Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar resounded in the sky above the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. The blue sky instantly turned into a crimson sea of fire. Chapter 208 Sea of Fire. Chapter 208 Sea of Fire. In the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. The temples were dazzling with gold and jade. In the center was a square. A human-shaped stone statue that was more than 100 feet tall stood there, bathing in the sunlight and shining brightly. Hundreds of disciples gathered in the square. They knelt on the ground and clasped their hands in front of their chests. They narrowed their eyes and muttered incantations as they prayed. This stone statue was carved like a powerful man wearing armor and holding a huge saber. He was extremely muscular and was a god worshipped by the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. His name was Divine Lord Tianhe. According to the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect, this Divine Lord Tianhe was one of the 36 divine generals under the Heavenly God of Creation. When the Heavenly God of Creation created the world, he was in charge of closing the sky. Hence, he was called Divine Lord Tianhe, closing sky heaven unity. Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect was a sect that worshipped Divine Lord Tianhe. The disciples of the sect were originally disciples of Divine Lord Tianhe. Their martial techniques were also inherited from the first-generation sect master when he served Divine Lord Tianhe. However, one day, Divine Lord Tianhe no longer responded to the prayers of his believers. No matter how they prayed, there was no response. Only then did this sect gradually transform into a martial sect and began to recruit disciples normally. Of course, the absolute core of the Tianhe sacred sect was still those who believed in Divine Lord Tianhe. As long as they wanted to hold a position in the sect or obtain martial techniques above the deity realm, they had to become a believer of Divine Lord Tianhe. Moreover, every believer believed that it was not that Divine Lord Tianhe did not respond to the believer's pleas on purpose, but that he had fallen into a deep sleep for some reason. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. As long as they prayed with their heart every day, they could communicate with the omnipresent Divine Lord Tianhe. After a long time, the slumbering Divine Lord would be able to sense this world again and revive, allowing the light of God to shine on the ground again. Therefore, as long as the disciples of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect were in the Mountain Gate encampment, they would use 2 hours every day to come to the central square to pray and make their own contributions to summoning Divine Lord Tianhe from his slumber. The magnificent hall behind this statue was the center of power of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. It was a place that only the sect master and the 7 elders could enter. All the major decisions of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect would be carried out in this hall. At this moment, there were only 4 people sitting in the hall. As 4 of the elders were outside and not on the mountain, 4 of them were absent. The sect master led the 3 elders to host today's meeting. What do you think about the chaos caused by the recent search for the Deva of the lower world? The sect master was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He had a steady temperament and spoke at a moderate pace. According to what I know, many disciples took the opportunity to seize the assets and treasures of ordinary sects and families in the name of searching, one of the elders said. Since we're going to search, such things are inevitable. We have to let the disciples taste some benefits before they will work. Another elder frowned. You can't not give the disciples any benefits at all. No, I don't mean that they shouldn't have done this. The elder who spoke earlier shook his head and explained, it's fine if they wanted to commit robbery, but why didn't they eliminate the targets completely? After letting them escape, they ruined the reputation of our sect. I see. That's true. The elder who had frowned earlier nodded and said with a smile, we should remind these disciples to remember to protect our sect's reputation at all times. That's right. Our sect is a noble inheritance left behind by Divine Lord Tianhe in the mortal world. How can it be slandered by a group of lowly and foolish people? The third elder said in a low voice. If you ask me, we should take advantage of this search and clean up those small families and sects. Only then will it be peaceful. The three elders discussed among themselves. In the end, they all looked at the sect master. No matter what outcome or method the elders discussed, they still needed the sect master to decide. Those small sects and families really dare to slander our heavenly unity sacred sect. The sect master's gaze swept across the three elders present and he said in a low voice, it seems that the dignity and might of our sacred sect are insufficient. A bunch of ants dare to spout nonsense. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. The three elders nodded when they heard this. They agreed with the sect master opinion. In their understanding, ever since the 9 immortal sects enlightened all living beings 5,000 years ago, the people in the immortal sects had always been high and mighty. Especially those who had stepped into the third realm of the immortal world, they were above all mortals. Not to mention small families and sects, even the families like the 9 preeminent families and 24 other aristocratic families were ants that could be controlled at will by the immortals. As for the mortals at the bottom, in the eyes of the devas of the immortal sects, they were nothing but dust. They could not even be bothered to look at them. They were not worth mentioning at all. This absolute rule had lasted for 5,000 years. It had not changed until now. Although the Dawi Palace appeared 3,000 years ago and the 3 Buddhist monasteries appeared more than 2,000 years ago, neither of them were good enough. The former was ultimately alone. Even if he could suppress the 9 elders alone, he was powerless to deal with anything else. The latter had joined the immortal sects from the beginning and they advanced and retreated together. This naturally formed the habit of the immortal sects and devas looking at others as if they were ants. It was not only these heaven immortals and heaven monarchs who were discussing the matter. Even some human immortals and earth immortals already treated small sects, families, and even all the mortals as insects that they could easily crush. In fact, due to the influence of the overall atmosphere, most of the disciples who had just entered the sect in recent years had already fallen into this bad habit. Before they could even master their martial techniques, they had already begun to not take the lives of ordinary people seriously. Sect Master, I suggest that we order the disciples who went out to search to be more ruthless. An elder stood up and said in a low voice, as long as we don't let the ants escape, naturally, no one will slander our sacred sect. That's right, we should do that. Another elder nodded in agreement. This way, we can avoid any geniuses from coming out and causing us trouble many years later. That's true. The third elder nodded with a rather serious expression. This is a huge matter. The reputation of our sect concerns the dignity of Divine Lord. We can't let these ants blaspheme the Divine Lord. We have to eliminate all evil and eliminate them. All right, it's settled then. The sect master nodded and said, I'll write an order now and send it to all the disciples in the sect. In the future, when we go out, we'll follow the planar euro. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering bang suddenly came from outside, interrupting the sect master's words. It was as if an incomparably huge monster was roaring, its voice spreading throughout the entire heavenly unity sacred sect. This sudden change immediately made the face of the sect master, who had been a heavenly venerate for many years, turn ashen. He walked out quickly and looked up at the sky. He wanted to see what kind of situation this was. At the same time, the disciples who were praying in the central square, as well as those who were either cultivating, chanting scriptures, or doing other things, all looked up at the sky. Then their gazes froze, and their mouths involuntarily opened. Their bodies tensed. They felt that there was only one color and one thing left in their eyes. Scarlet red. Flames. An extremely pure crimson flame enveloped the entire sky, as if it had ignited the entire sky and transformed into a sea of fire. The extremely terrifying temperature instantly filled every corner of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. At this moment, countless disciples of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect were stunned on the spot. Scenes of things they had experienced in their lives subconsciously flashed through their minds. Immediately after, their clothes began to spontaneously combust. In the blink of an eye, they were burned to a charred black color and fell to the ground motionless. This was only from the burning of the high temperature. Before the flames in the sky fell, more than half of the disciples in the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect had already died. The sect master and the 3 elders rushed out of the hall and looked at the situation outside in horror, as well as the scarlet flames burning in the sky. "What is this? What is this?" They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They were trembling. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who can have such powerful strength? The Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect in front of them had already turned into a sea of fire under the unbearable heat. Their disciples were about to be wiped out. Whether it was the ordinary disciples of the mortal realm, or the human immortals and earth immortals who had already stepped into the immortal realm, there was no difference at this moment. They all died one after another. There was no room for resistance at all. Roar. Suddenly, another dragon roar resounded in all directions. The sea of flames in the sky suddenly surged, and wave flowers flew down from the sky. It was as if stars had fallen into the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. Boom. 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 As the shooting stars fell one after another, the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect trembled. The Divine Lord stone statue in the central square suddenly collapsed, and countless temples instantly turned to ashes. Immediately after, the ground split open and the mountain collapsed. Many devas wanted to escape, but they were helpless. They could only watch helplessly as they were devoured by the flames. The sect master and the 3 elders were horrified. For the first time, they felt that they were actually so weak. Compared to the flames in the sky, they were actually as weak as ants. "Run! Quickly run!" Sect Master Tianhe roared angrily. At the same time, he flew up and tried to escape. The 3 elders beside him followed closely behind. But at this moment, just as the 4 of them were about to fly out of the range of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect, a dragon head that was more than 1,000 feet tall suddenly poked down from the surging sea of fire and hovered in front of the 4 of them. Howl. This incomparably huge dragon head let out a cry that was completely incompatible with its size. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow the 4 people in front of it. At this moment, the Tianhe sect master felt all the hair on his body stand on end. The great fear of death made him finally unable to help but shout, "Patriarch, save me." Chapter 2099 Elders. Chapter 2099 Elders. Patriarch, save me. Sect Master Tianhe let out an extremely terrified cry for help. He was calling for one of the 9 elders of the immortal sects, the Patriarch of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. A 4th realm immortal expert. At this moment, he could only think of asking the ancestral master to save him. Only the Patriarch could save him. Moreover, the Patriarch had personally told him that when the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect encountered a crisis of destruction, he could shout, "Patriarch, save me." Then, the Patriarch would appear and solve all the problems. However, as the sect master, he had caused the sacred sect to fall into a crisis of destruction. No matter what, he could not escape the blame. Therefore, as long as he shouted, "Patriarch, save me," after the trouble and problems were resolved, the Patriarch would personally cripple the martial cultivation of this generation's sect master. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. This was also one of the reasons why Sect Master Tianhe only shouted when he was about to die. "When the Patriarch appears, I'll let this evil dragon die without a burial ground." Sect Master Tianhe thought to himself. But in the next moment, an indescribable fear surged into his heart again. That was because at this moment, the fire dragon in front of them spat out a mouthful of flames. No power appeared to help them resist it. He could only watch helplessly as the three people beside him were burned to ashes. They were completely reduced to ashes and no longer existed. These were 3 heaven immortals. 2 we. In the entire heavenly void world, they were rare experts. They were gone just like that. They died just like that. Moreover, why didn't the patriarch appear? Didn't the patriarch say that as long as he shouted this sentence, no matter where he was, he would sense it and immediately appear to resolve all crises and problems? Why? Sect Master Tianhe was puzzled and filled with doubts. But he was destined to never get an answer. After burning the 3 elders to death, Wuxia spat out another mouthful of flames. In an instant, it enveloped the Tianhe sect master. The hot temperature instantly burned his body to ashes, leaving only a trace of his soul. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. But in the next moment, his soul completely dissipated. How? Wuxia shook his head, its eyes filled with confusion. It turned to look at the Heavenly Unity sacred sect that was filled with flames, as if it was wondering why the immortal venerable had sent it over to destroy such an extremely weak force. Too weak. It was really too weak. To Wuxia, who was already equivalent to a late-stage golden core cultivator, the so-called heaven immortals and heaven monarchs were indeed extremely weak. Even the flames it exhaled normally could not be withstood. They were instantly reduced to ashes. Under Wuxia's attack, in less than a minute, only 2 people were still alive inside and outside the sacred sect. That was Sun Wuxia and his master. However, the 2 of them had already fallen into a stunned state. They had just watched the entire process of the destruction of the Heavenly Unity sacred sect at a close distance, as well as the power of the world-shaking scarlet flames. They were so frightened that their souls shattered and they lost their minds. Of course, they were also lucky. As they had yet to step into the Heavenly Unity sacred sect, they were not attacked by Wuxia's flames and survived this battle. If it were the previous 9 fire flame dragon, it would most likely only follow orders and return after destroying the Heavenly Unity sacred sect. But now, Wuxia was different. Although it was a little stupid and did not like to speak, it was still a living being with normal intelligence. Therefore, Wuxia did not let Sun Wuxia and his master off. Before it left, it casually spat out a ball of flames and burned the 2 of them to ashes. Then, it flew back dejectedly. The reason for this expression was because Wuxia had received another order from Kui Heng. He wanted it to preserve the books in the Heavenly Unity sacred sect while destroying the sect. Actually, it had indeed deliberately avoided a few palaces where books were stored to prevent them from being burned down. He had even planned how to bring these books back after destroying the Tianhe sacred sect. However, just as sect master Tianhe shouted, "Patriarch, save me," those palaces collapsed without warning. The books inside instantly died in the sea of fire, without even a chance to be saved. This matter was completely ruined. Wuxia was feeling like a child who had done something wrong. It could only brace itself and go home to be scolded. In the depths of the mountain more than 1,000 miles away from the Heavenly Unity sacred sect, in the dense forest, there was an extremely obscure cave. In this cave, there were dense strange runes carved on the stone walls and the ground. Countless strange runes were connected to each other. It formed an extremely strange restriction. This restriction could allow people to enter the cave and only continue forward, but they would always fail to walk to the end. It was endless and looped eternally. Behind this restriction was an incomparably huge cave abode. There were all kinds of pavilions inside. There were even special gems hanging on the stone wall above, acting as a light source. There were also countless gems decorating it like stars. However, in this huge cave abode, there was only an old man with white hair, covered in skin and bones, sitting cross-legged in front of the central palace. His eye sockets were deep and sunken, and his eyes were black. The whites of his eyes could barely be seen. His teeth had long fallen off, and his figure was incomparably thin, as if a random gust of wind could blow him away. If not for the fact that the old man's chest was still bulging, and if not for the fact that there was still some light in his eyes, it would be as if a withered corpse was sitting here. There was no other sign of life on him at all. The Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect has been destroyed. Is it really the evil demon from the lower world? The old man muttered. With every word he said, his entire body trembled, as if it was extremely difficult. Moreover, bumps began to appear on his dry skin, as if something was about to crawl out of his dry body. What's the origin of this evil demon? It's too powerful. The old man pressed the bump on his body and thought to himself, from the description of the Heavenly Cyclestar Pavilion, he actually killed the one from the Purple Extreme Palace. Although that person from the Purple Extreme Palace is crazy, he's also someone with an undying characteristic. How could he be killed so easily? Also, the power displayed by that evil demon is extremely strong. Such an expert who had suddenly appeared made the old man's mood turn extremely bad. Such a powerful existence would definitely have an extremely profound impact on the situation. In that case, the plan that he and the other 8 elders had originally formulated could only be discussed again. Boom. At this moment, a swelling on the old man's right cheek suddenly exploded. The blood flowing out of it was not red. It was purple-black. At the same time, purple-black bugs kept crawling out of it. It was very terrifying. They were born with the ability to fly and were extremely corrosive. They could even possess people and make them crazy and lose their minds. This was the Sky Ruins evil bug. There were hundreds of purple-black Sky Ruins evil bugs crawling out of the old man's body. The number was extremely terrifying. And this was just from a bump. Moreover, from the old man's situation, there was definitely more than one bump on his body. There would definitely be more. There were even a few bumps that were close to turning completely purple-black. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 muffled sounds, more bumps exploded on the old man's left arm, chest, and the back of his neck. Purple-black blood also flowed out, and countless Sky Ruins evil bugs crawled out. After these Sky Ruins evil bugs crawled out, they did not seem to care about any living beings around them and did not choose to possess any of them. Instead, they all flew up. As long as they flew to a certain height, they would disappear completely. This seemed to be a unique passage for the Sky Ruins evil bugs. Even if someone flew to that place, and that height, they would not be able to enter that special passage. Finally, after a series of pustules burst and countless purple-black bugs crawled out, the old man's mental state was clearly much better, and his eyes became even brighter. What troublesome energy, some. The old man gritted his teeth, and the cracks on his body instantly recovered, as if they had never appeared. Then, he slowly stood up. His mummy-like body was especially tall. He was almost 9 feet tall. Patriarch, Patriarch. The old man muttered, as if he was laughing or crying. At the same time, he turned around and walked towards the palace behind. I don't have any teleportation techniques, so how can I instantly appear to save you? Silly child, you deserve to die. He was the patriarch that sect Master Tianhe mentioned, one of the 9 elders of the immortal sects. He had already reached the mystic deity realm 3,000 years ago and had obtained some of the characteristics of immortality. The words patriarch, save me could not be used to seek help. Avenue. Actually, it was only used to send messages. As long as the current sect master shouted this sentence, the old man would sense it and know that the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect had been destroyed and the sect master had most likely been killed. This was an earth-shattering matter, meaning that an extremely terrifying enemy had arrived. He had to discuss this carefully with the other 8 elders. They discussed whether to report this situation. The old man was thinking about what to say later when he arrived in front of the palace. He did not push the door open. He just stood there for a moment before a beam of light descended and enveloped him, disappearing with him. The huge cave abode had become empty, but it seemed to be more lively than when the old man was around. Huo returned to Guangzhou County dejectedly. At this moment, it had already transformed back into the pocket-sized 7-inch dragon. When it arrived at the inn, it obediently approached Kuiheng but did not say anything. What's wrong? Kuiheng glanced at Huo and chuckled. Did you mess things up? Awu, Fire too let out an indignant cry and lowered his head. There's no need to be sad. Kui Heng smiled and said, those palaces that suddenly collapsed allowed me to capture a trace of power fluctuation. It's enough to trace them back to the source. Chapter 210 Suspected Cover-up of History. Chapter 210 Suspected Cover-up of History. Howl. Hua obeyed and roared. It had absolute trust in Kui Heng, including comforting words. Hence, the little fire dragon's mood quickly improved and it was no longer depressed. It danced in the air for a while before turning into a flame dragon pattern and landing on Hui Shi. TSK, Kui Heng couldn't help but laugh. This stupid dragon was really something. Then, he looked at Pei Qingshu at the side and asked, Qingshu, how much do you know about the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect? Although the strange collapse caused the books of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect to be burned to ashes by the Sea of Fire, he still obtained a lot of useful information through the 9 Fire Flame Dragons investigation. For example, the so-called patriarch mentioned by the Tianhe sect master, the statue that was worshipped by so many disciples, and the strange collapse at the end meant that the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect was probably not as weak as it looked. Even if the entire Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect had been reduced to ashes, it did not mean that it had completely perished. Master, the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect is one of the original 9 immortal sects. They worshipped a god known as Divine Lord Tianhe for generations, Pei Qingshu replied. Legend has it that this Divine Lord Tianhe is one of the 36 divine generals under the creation god. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. What? Zhong Shuming suddenly spoke at this moment and looked at Pei Qingshu in extreme surprise. Then, he realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly apologized. Exalted Immortal, Deva Pei, please forgive me. I was too agitated just now and lost my composure. Perfected Zhong, are you thinking of the Dao gods worshipped by Daoi Palace? Kui Heng looked at Zhong Shuming and then said to Pei Qingshu, Qingshu, let Perfected Zhong explain first. Yes, Master. Pei Qingshu nodded and took a step back. Exalted Immortal, it's like this. Zhong Shuming took a deep breath to calm himself down and said with an incomparably solemn expression, according to the records of my Daoi Palace, in ancient times, the gods of the heavens descended and divided the 36 states of the world. Among them, the Dao god worshipped by my Daoi Palace is the head of the heavenly gods. The idea of dividing land into 36 states was also decided by him. The reason why it was decided was because there were a total of 36 heavenly gods who descended. So, you suspect that the 36 divine generals mentioned by the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect are the 36 heavenly gods who descended to the lower world in ancient times? Kui Heng understood what Zhong Shuming meant. Exalted Immortal, I do have this guess. Zhong Shuming nodded and said, moreover, there are also records of this in our Daoi Palace. Other than the Dao god worshipped by our sect who wear a kasaya and hold paintings, the other heavenly gods are all armed like divine generals. If that's the case, there might really be some connection between the two. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, however, the matter of the 36 gods descending to the lower world to divide the land into 36 states is already an old matter from 10,000 years ago. Unless we can make a trip to Daoi Palace, it's very difficult to investigate. This ancient secret had far-reaching effects and was definitely extremely beneficial to his nascent soul cultivation. Even if it was just to increase his cultivation, he had to figure it out. I'm willing to lead the way for Exalted Immortal. Zhong Shuming immediately expressed his thoughts. After I'm done dealing with the matters here, I'll make a trip to Daoi Palace with you. Kui Heng nodded and said to Pei Qingshu, Qingshu, continue. Let's start from the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. We can expand on the situation of the 9 immortal sects. Yes, Master. Pei Qingshu bowed respectfully and continued, when the 9 immortal sects first descended, the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect was not a martial sect. Instead, it was a religious sect that focused on spreading the gospel of Tianhe Divine Lord. At that time, the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect was incomparably powerful. They could even invite the power of Divine Lord Tianhe down to possess them. They could be said to be one of the strongest forces in the heavenly void world. However, 3,000 years ago, Divine Lord Tianhe suddenly stopped responding to the prayers of his believers. This directly led to the transformation of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect, and it became a pure martial sect. 3,000 years ago? Kui Heng was stunned when he heard that. He frowned and said, "Isn't this when the 10 immortal sects besieged Dawi Palace and both sides compromised in the end? Wasn't this when Dawi Palace moved their main force to the heavenly void world? Could it be that something had happened to that so-called Divine Lord Tianhe at that time, causing him to break off his connection with the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect? 10 immortal sects." Pei Qingshu was also stunned and asked curiously, "Master, the 10 immortal sects you mentioned are?" Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. You don't know? Kui Heng looked at Pei Qingshu in surprise and said, 3,000 years ago, many heaven monarchs and mystic deities from the 10 immortal sects besieged the lower world's Dawi Palace. Didn't you know about this? Pei Qingshu's eyes widened when he heard this. He said in surprise, "Master, the only thing I know is that when the 9 immortal sects descended to the lower world, they were ambushed by the native forces, Dawi Palace, and a war broke out. Finally, the strongest experts of the Dawi Palace, and the current 9 elders of the immortal sects, chose to move to the Dawi Palace to the heavenly void world, and they become the 10th immortal sect. But in less than 100 years, Dawi Palace became independent again and announced that it was no longer a so-called immortal sect but an independent martial sect. How is this possible?" Zhong Shuming said indignantly, "This is a lie fabricated by the 10 immortal sects. They are clearly invaders and bandits who came to attack our Dawi Palace for no reason, if not for the fact that our ancestral master was a Tai mystic deity who stood at the peak of the 4th realm and could suppress the 10 mystic deities of the immortal sects. Our Dawi Palace would have long become history. Perfected one, don't be agitated." Kui Heng first waved his hand at Zhong Shuming before saying to Pei Qingshu, "Qingshu, tell me, which are the 9 immortal sects that you know of?" "Yes, Master." Pei Qingshu was also very puzzled. He nodded and said, "They are the Black-Yellow Heavenly Palace, Heavenly Cycle Star Dipper Pavilion, Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect, Great Void Heavenly Palace, Void Dao Sect, White Cloud City, Li Sword Pavilion, Mount Shaoyang, and the Beast Taming Immortal Sect." "Have you heard of the Purple Extreme Palace?" Kui Heng asked. "I've never heard of it." Pei Qingshu shook his head and asked curiously, "Master, do you mean that 3,000 years ago, there was a 10th immortal sect, and it was this Purple Extreme Palace?" "That's right." Kui Heng nodded and said in a low voice, "Your 9 preeminent families have changed many times, right?" "Yes." Pei Qingshu nodded and said, "Our Linjiang Pei family and the Wang family of Jiangdong have been around for the longest time. However, they will only be around 3,000 years old at the most." "No wonder." Kui Heng suddenly understood and chuckled. "It seems that the history that your 9 preeminent families and 24 aristocratic families know is probably just the history that the immortal sects want to show you." "Master is right." Pei Qingshu looked angry and nodded. "The history we know about the time from 3,000 years ago might not be true. These immortal sects are raising us like monkeys. Perhaps they're not immortal sects that teach all living beings. They might even be a group of complete outsiders, invaders." "That's right, it's very likely." Zhong Shuming agreed with this and said in a low voice, "Perhaps it's just like how they invaded the planet we're on and developed it into the lower world. The heavenly void world was also invaded by them. It's possible, it's really possible." Pei Qingshu was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He suddenly realized that most of the history he knew in the past might be fake. He was about to explode with anger. In the heavenly void world, other than the current 9 immortal sects, are there any other forces that have been passed down for more than 3,000 years? Kui Heng asked. "There's only the Dawi Palace." Pei Qingshu shook his head and said, "Only the Dawi Palace has been passed down for more than 3,000 years. However, that's the inheritance of the Dawi Palace from the lower world. In the history of the heavenly void world, the Dawi Palace also only has a legacy of nearly 3,000 years. From the looks of it, the waters of the 9 immortal sects are far deeper than I expected." Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly turned to look in a direction and chuckled. Previously, I sensed a strange spatial fluctuation over there. Pei Qingshu and Zhong Shuming could not help but be puzzled. Why did he suddenly change the topic? Only Hui Shu, who was standing at the side, let out a howl. The fiery red dragon-shaped patterns glowed faintly. Hura knew what Kui Heng was talking about. Yes, it's the power that caused the internal palace of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect to strangely collapse and many books to be buried in the Sea of Fire. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "The 9 immortal sects are deliberately hiding the history of 3,000 years ago. Master, I think there might be a higher power behind the 9 immortal sects," Pei Qingshu suddenly said. "If our previous guess is true, it's really the 9 immortal sects who joined forces to invade the heavenly void world and covered up history. They also invaded the planet where the Dawi Palace is. This very likely means that they are executing someone else's will. After all, the 9 immortal sects, or should it be 10 immortal sects, were all on the same level before. If there's no one to plan, who can decide whose actions? Immortal Venerable, I think Deva Pei's words make sense," Huisha suddenly said. He often implemented government decrees in the Great Jin and knew very well that if he wanted a group of equivalent departments to cooperate, they had to have a higher level leader. A higher level. Perhaps Dawi Palace will know the specifics. Kui Heng looked at Zhong Shuming and smiled. "Next, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble perfected Zhong to bring us to Dawi Palace." "This is what I'm thinking as well." Zhong Shuming hurriedly nodded and said respectfully, "I've once heard Ancestral Master mention the location of the Dawi Palace in the Heavenly Void World. I can lead the way for Exalted Immortal." "That's good." Kui Heng smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Pei Qingshu. "However, there's no hurry now. I still have something to ask. Qingshu, do you know what's going on with the 3 Buddhist monasteries, where they came from, and why they're standing with the 9 immortal sects?" When he was in the Great Jin, he had also asked those Earth Immortals from the immortal sects about the 3 Buddhist monasteries. However, there was only one answer. The Buddhist hall did things secretly and did not openly take in disciples. Everyone knew very little. The 3 Buddhist monasteries. Pei Qingshu frowned when he heard this. He shook his head and said, "Master, as far as I know, the 3 Buddhist monasteries seem to have appeared out of thin air." Chapter 2:11 The Strange 3 Buddhist Monasteries. Chapter 2:11 The Strange 3 Buddhist Monasteries. The 3 great Buddhist monasteries of the Heavenly Void World were Baolin Buddhist Hall, Body Sacred Hall, and Solemn Buddhist Hall. Among them, the actions of the Baolin Buddhist Hall were the most ostentatious. There were often monks walking outside, and they had even established a branch in the immortal world. 100 years ago, they even led the battle against the Immortal Dawn sect. But even so, the people of the world did not know much about the Baolin Buddhist Hall. They only roughly knew that it was a superforce with Buddha-level existences and many great bodhisattvas. As for the Body Sacred Hall and the Solemn Buddhist Hall, they were even more mysterious. Most people did not even know their locations or the general situation of their forces. If not for the fact that every once in a while, a great bodhisattva would walk the mortal world and try to fulfill their grand aspirations, the world might not even know that these 2 Buddhist monasteries existed. Moreover, although these 3 Buddhist monasteries stood with the 9 immortal sects, they rarely interacted with each other. The 9 immortal sects often held some immortal sects banquets and invited the devas of the various immortal sects to participate. Every time, they would also invite the 3 Buddhist monasteries. However, other than the Baolin Buddhist Hall occasionally sending great bodhisattvas over to participate, the other 2 Buddhist temples had never participated in these banquets. It was as if they did not exist at all. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Even the Baolin Buddhist Hall had never invited outsiders to their own sect. No one knew what the situation in the Baolin Buddhist Hall was like. However, there was still a clear mountain gate encampment. This was already much better than the Body Sacred Hall and the Solemn Buddhist Hall. According to Pei Qingshu, the mysterious style of the 3 Buddhist monasteries had already been like this since they first appeared in the world. Even their appearance was filled with mystery. It was said to have happened one night more than 2,000 years ago. Whether it was the immortals or mortals in the heavenly void world, as long as they were in their sleep, they could sense 3 heaven-piercing Buddhist lights. At the same time, they heard waves of Buddhist chanting and saw 3 incomparably huge Buddha figures. It was an aura that exceeded the limits of a heaven monarch. At that time, the entire heavenly void world was in an indescribable shock. Even the 9 elders of the immortal sects were mobilized, trying to find out the source of this strange situation. However, in the end, it was left unsettled. About 10 years later, people from the 3 Buddhist monasteries began to walk the world. The weakest ones were arhats. From time to time, bodhisattva or even great bodhisattva existences would appear. With just these experts walking the world, the 3 Buddhist monasteries had made a name for themselves. But that was all. The 3 Buddhist monasteries had never done anything earth-shattering in this world. Those arhats, bodhisattvas, and great bodhisattvas almost all disappeared after walking the world and completing some things. 100 years ago, the Baolin Buddhist Hall led the siege of the Immortal Dawn sect. It should be their most powerful showing. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Therefore, in a sense, these 3 Buddhist monasteries were like 3 forces that wandered outside the heavenly void world. To most people in the heavenly void world, there was not much difference whether they existed or not. It was even difficult to say what the meaning of their existence was. The 3 Buddhist monasteries appeared out of thin air and almost didn't interact with the world. Kui Heng frowned and said in confusion, assuming that the 3 Buddhist monasteries are outsiders, why are they here in such a state? They all shook their heads. It was indeed difficult to give a clear answer. There was still too little information about the 3 Buddhist monasteries. It was impossible to speculate. Master, perhaps we can only understand the situation of the 3 Buddhist monasteries from the immortal sects, Pei Qingshu said in a low voice. They should know many secrets. I'm just afraid that they will collapse their sects again and destroy the books. Kui Heng stood up and walked to the window. He looked into the distance and said, we should see how they will react first. After all, the destruction of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect will definitely attract the attention of the other immortal sects. There will more or less be a reaction. This is also the meaning of this attempt. Under normal circumstances, before he completely understood the other party's background, he would not attack easily. Previously, sending Hua to wipe out the Tianhe Sacred Sect was just a test to see if these immortal sects had higher abilities. Now that he had achieved this goal, he could just wait and see. When he really understood the level of power in this world and understood the background of the 9 immortal sects and the 3 Buddhist monasteries, he would not destroy them directly like this. Instead, he wanted to capture the 9 elders of the immortal sects alive and completely ask them about all the unknown information. At that time, even if they destroyed all the books, they would not be able to hide anything. I can send out martial artists from my family to spread out and pay attention to the movements of the immortal sects at any time, Pei Qingshu said. There's no need. Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. I'll just send a dragon. Out. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed. Immediately, a flame flew out from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 7-inch fire dragon. The fire dragon's eyes were also red, but the gaze in them was very lively. After shaking its head and looking around, it flew in front of Kui Heng and bowed respectfully. Greetings, immortal venerable. The fire dragon bowed respectfully. Howl! Hua suddenly popped its head out of Huisha's clothes. It glanced at the new fire dragon and shook its head in confusion before turning back into a tattoo and lying down. Pei Qingshu was dumbfounded. He looked at the fire dragon that was bowing in disbelief and said in shock, Master, this is actually a living creature. Although he had seen Hua before, it had acted relatively stupidly and did not look like an intelligent creature. However, apart from not being in human form, this fire dragon already behaved like a human. It was simply a true intelligent creature. Moreover, this living being was created right in front of him. This is the work of creation. Pei Qingshu felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. From what he knew, such a method of creating life should only exist in myths and legends. It was too shocking. Could it be that Master was already powerful enough to compare to the god of creation? What level of existence was Master? Although Zhong Shuming and Hui Shi were also very shocked, they had been by Kui Heng's side for a long time and were already used to this feeling. Their tolerance was not low, and they did not show too much emotion. Your name will be Wuxia from now on, Kui Heng said to the fire dragon. Go. Yes, immortal venerable. Wuxia bowed and left. It turned into a scarlet light and disappeared into the horizon. This was a 9-fire flame dragon with late-stage golden core dharmic powers. Moreover, compared to the previous 3 fire dragons, it should be the 9-fire flame dragon with the strongest spirituality and the most complete intelligence. Especially in terms of intelligence, it was much better than Hua. By sending out such a 9-fire flame dragon, it could roam around the remaining 8 immortal sects at any time and grasp the movements of these immortal sects. It could also fly to the place related to the collapse of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect. To investigate. It could be said to be killing many birds with one stone. Master's divine power is boundless. Pei Qingshu could not help but sigh. There's no need to say anything. Kui Heng chuckled. Before we go to the Daoi Palace, bring me to Linjiang County to take a look. Yes, Master. Pei Qingshu was rather happy when he heard this. He had always been rather proud of managing Linjiang County in an orderly manner and allowing the people to live and work in peace. However, no one had the right to praise him in this aspect. But it was different now. He finally had a chance to perform in this aspect. Master, should we inform Empress Feng, you've already arrived in the Great Ju? Pei Qingshu asked again. Empress Feng was the current empress of Great Ju. Li Mingqiang. Pei Qingshu originally wanted to say junior sister. However, before he could speak, he realized that his master had yet to acknowledge Li Mingqiang as his disciple. It was very inappropriate for him to call her junior sister. Let me take a look at the Great Ju first. Kui Heng smiled. He did not agree or refuse. Great Ju Imperial City. Pei Yuezhi came here nervously. Actually, as a direct descendant of the Linjiang Pei family, coming to the Imperial City was a very ordinary matter. It would not attract attention at all. In the past, he would often come over. But this time was different. He came with a letter from his great-grandfather. Before Pei Yuezhi's great-grandfather, Pei Qingshu, left Linjiang County, he had instructed earnestly that if he did not return, he must send this letter to the Imperial City and hand it to a palace maid called Yu Wei. The letter was sealed with wax. It must be an extremely important letter. Pei Yuezhi knew very well that his great-grandfather was going out to meet a mighty figure suspected to be a 5th realm immortal. He was a big shot that only existed in legends. His life and death were unknown. That was why he had given such instructions. After Pei Qingshu headed to Guangzhou County, earth-shattering phenomena appeared in the world. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning kept descending. The core should be in Guangzhou County. However, even in Linjiang County, he could clearly feel the terrifying destructive power. After the phenomenon, Pei Yuezhi waited for a few more days, but there was still no news of his great-grandfather's return. This made him extremely sad, and he hurriedly headed to the Imperial City. Perhaps the path of saving great-grandfather's life was written here. Perhaps after the Empress saw it, she could help and save great-grandfather. With this in mind, Pei Yuezhi planned to send the letter over as quickly as possible. After arriving at the Imperial City, he immediately handed the sealed letter to the palace maid, Yu Wei, through the secret contact information Pei Qingshu had left behind. Hence, that night, this letter was sent to the Empress's bedchamber in the Great Ju Imperial Palace. The Empress was still lying lazily behind the screen. Yu Wei respectfully held the letter in her hand and raised it above her head. Your Majesty, there's a letter from Deva Pei. The person who sent it is a direct descendant of the Pei family. The situation seems to be rather urgent. Huh? The Empress's puzzled voice came from behind the screen. Chapter 212. Deep in the palace, Behind the screen. Chapter 212. Deep in the palace, behind the screen. The most common way of communication between the Empress and Pei Qingshu was through letters. Therefore, she was very familiar with Pei Qingshu's delivery habits and situation. She also knew that Pei Qingshu had an organization that was specially used to send letters to her. So far, all the letters that had reached Yu Wei's hands had been sent by this organization. There had never been a disciple of the Pei family who came to send the letters, let alone a direct descendant. Could it be that something had really happened? Who is this direct descendant? The Empress asked indifferently. Her voice was still a little lazy and carried a hint of fatigue. He calls himself Pei Yuezhi, Yu Wei replied truthfully. She lived deep in the inner palace and did not know who Pei Yuezhi was. So it's him. The Empress seemed even more puzzled. She had heard of Pei Yuezhi's name before. In the past few months, Linjiang County's Naxian Hall had been in full swing, attracting many martial Dao experts to join the Great Jew. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. He could be considered one of the more outstanding youths of Linjiang's Pei family. He specially got such a direct descendant to send a letter. The Empress frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Leave the letter here and leave." "Yes, I'll take my leave." Yu Wei placed the letter on the jade platform and bowed before leaving. A moment later, the Empress behind the screen slowly propped herself up. She took a deep breath, as if to adjust the state of her body, then got off the bed, draped a red robe over herself, and walked to the jade table where the letter was. This Empress looked to be in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful, and every inch of her facial features was just right. Her skin was crystal clear, and she could be said to be a national beauty. She was dressed in a fiery red dress, noble and gorgeous, covering her beautiful figure. There was a dignified aura between her brows that looked down on the world, and she had the aura of an empress. However, it seemed that she had just gotten up from the bed. Her waist-length black hair was not restrained, and some of her black hair fell to her temples, adding a lazy charm to her dignity. This was Empress Jifeng, who had supported the entire Great Jew dynasty for 72 years so that they were no longer controlled by the immortal sects. Li Mingqiong. Could this cripple have gone to do something and planned to write a letter to explain his funeral? Li Mingqiong muttered and picked up the letter on the jade platform. However, before she could remove the wax, her expression suddenly changed. The color of blood faded, and she became a little sickly pale. Her entire spirit instantly became dispirited. She suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground. She only managed to stabilize herself by holding onto the screen beside her. However, her breathing suddenly quickened, and her tall chest kept rising and falling. After a while, Li Mingqiong returned to her normal state. Her extremely pale face finally regained some color. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. But she couldn't help but rub her head, trying to ease the residual pain. I wonder when this old illness will recover. Li Mingqing pressed her temples and looked at the letter from Pei Qingshu. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Perhaps this is the retribution for forcefully breaking through? You combined the condensation method of Deva blood to forcefully break through to the next realm. Although you obtained power that far exceeded that of a Deva, it also caused your body to age rapidly and your lifespan to decrease greatly. While for me, I tried to use the power in my body to fuse with my soul to directly condense a Dharma idol, but it also went astray, causing my soul to become incomparably powerful, but my body became more and more fragile. If only Immortal Venerable was here. I really want to listen to Immortal Venerable's teachings again. I wonder if Immortal Venerable will acknowledge me as his disciple. With this thought in mind, she opened the letter from Pei Qingshu and was stunned. If I die, senior sister, please inform Immortal Venerable after you find him. Pei Qingshu has never forgotten Immortal Venerable's kindness, nor has he given up on finding Immortal Venerable. I don't ask for the status of a disciple. I only hope that Immortal Venerable remembers that there was once a successor like me in the world. Senior sister. This damned cripple actually called me senior sister. No, this was a farewell letter. What did he do? Li Mingqiong's eyes widened in surprise. An invisible aura immediately burst out from her body. The sky above the great Jew imperial city dimmed, and clouds surged and gathered. Everyone in the city felt an inexplicable pressure in their hearts. This was the power of a peak third realm immortal cultivator. The fluctuation of her emotions was enough to cause a huge change in the weather. Although her condition was a little strange, and her soul was far stronger than her body, and she often felt weak, the power she possessed was not weak at all. It was enough to compare to a Buddha. Could it be related to the phenomenon in the direction of Linjiang County? Li Mingqiang frowned and said in a low voice, "You're my junior brother, and a successor of Immortal Venerable. How could you die so inexplicably? If I really see Immortal Venerable and tell him that I didn't manage junior brother well and let him lose his life, will Immortal Venerable think that I'm unrelated to this?" Then, she tied her hair and wore a crown. After dressing appropriately, she looked outside. "Is Yu Wei here?" "I'm here." Yu Wei's voice immediately came from outside. She had been standing outside, waiting for Li Mingqiang's orders. "Come in," Li Mingqiang said in a low voice. "Yes." Yu Wei hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. She bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Your Grace. Take my golden token and look for Pei Yuezhi." Li Mingqiang took out a token from her sleeve. "Ask him about Deva Pei. If necessary, you can personally go to Linjiang County." "Yes, Your Grace." Yu Wei respectfully took the golden token with both hands and said solemnly, "I will not let Your Grace down. Go." Li Mingqiang waved her hand. A moment later, she was alone in the bedchamber again. The crown and red robe were taken off. "Town." Li Mingqiang lay on the bed behind the screen in a thin veil again and yawned involuntarily. Then, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Although she was powerful now, she was especially prone to fatigue. Usually, as long as she moved slightly, she would have to sleep for 4 to 6 hours before returning to normal. However, it was different if she used her strength against the enemy. The last time he went to the black-yellow heavenly palace and killed 2 Earth Immortals, she had been in high spirits for many days and could work without sleep. However, this situation clearly could not happen often. Therefore, most of the time, Li Mingqiang lay on the bed behind the screen, lazy and tired. As it was not an urgent matter to head to Linjiang County, Quiheng and the others were not traveling quickly. Although it was called traveling, it was more like sightseeing and observing the situation of the people along the way. However, Quiheng's main task was still reading the collection of information sent by Hui Shi and learning about the various situations in the heavenly void world from Pei Qingshu. Therefore, they walked for 5 days before finally arriving at Linjiang County. This place was actually several times larger than Guangzhou City. There were also more people. The streets were filled with all kinds of shops and were very prosperous. Quiheng walked on the streets of Linjiang County City and saw that the faces of the commoners were filled with smiles. He could not help but nod slightly and say, "Be it in the local county towns or in this county city, you've managed them extremely well. Thank you for your praise, Master. I'm just doing my duty." Pei Qingshu smiled and said, "If I can't lead the people to a good life, what's the difference between me and the previous aristocratic families?" The changes in Linjiang County City had also begun 70 years ago. Before that, the people here were also the targets of exploitation by the aristocratic families. They might not even be able to eat a full meal after working hard for an entire year. When Pei Qingshu appeared out of nowhere and controlled the entire Linjiang Pei family, allowing the Linjiang Pei family to escape the control of the immortal sects, the lives of the commoners completely changed. Now that more than 70 years had passed, there were still many people alive. They would tell their children and grandchildren about the situation back then and the earth-shattering changes over the years. When Pei Qingshu walked on the road, he would see the commoners bowing to him every few steps. It could be seen how much the people loved him. Therefore, after a while, Quiheng and the others arrived at the Pei family's residence. In order to avoid trouble, Pei Qingshu deliberately controlled his body and transformed back into his 40 to 50 years old appearance so that his family wouldn't not recognize him after he recovered his youth. "Master, this is the Pei family." Pei Qingshu smiled and was about to introduce the Pei family's mansion and the subsequent arrangements to Quiheng. At this moment, Pei Yuezhi suddenly appeared and walked out. Beside him was a young girl dressed as a man. Their expressions were very solemn. However, when they reached the door, they saw Pei Qingshu, Kui Heng, and the others beside him. They were instantly stunned. Great-grandfather, Pei Yu exclaimed excitedly. You're still alive. Fat. What am I talking about? Are you all right? Hey, Mr. Chen, why are you here too? Great-grandfather. When he saw so many people following Pei Qingshu, he was instantly stunned and at a loss. After all, he was still thinking about how to hide the fact that his great-grandfather had died. Who would have thought that he would see his great-grandfather return in the blink of an eye? Fat. The corners of Pei Qingshu's mouth twitched. He raised his hand and hit the back of Pei Yuezhi's head. He scolded jokingly, "Your great-grandfather only said that he might not be able to come back. He didn't say that he definitely won't be able to come back. You little brat." At this moment, he suddenly noticed the girl in male clothes beside him. He immediately frowned and said in a low voice, "Miss, if I'm not mistaken, you should be that female official from the palace, Yu Wei?" "I'm Yu Wei." Yu Wei nodded and bowed. She said very respectfully, "Her Grace gave me a golden token and asked me to come here to investigate the matters regarding Senior. Now that I see that Senior is fine, I can return to the capital to report. You're here on the Empress's orders to investigate my situation?" Pei Qingshu's expression changed when he heard this. His eyes widened as he looked at Pei Yuezhi and gritted his teeth. "Little brat, you sent that letter over?" "I'm finished. I actually called her senior sister in the letter." Chapter 213 The Pinnacle of Cultivation. Chapter 213 The Pinnacle of Cultivation. Kui Heng's residence in Linjiang County was the heart-nourishing courtyard. This was the best place in Linjiang County. It was a courtyard that Pei Qingshu had specially built for cultivation. Hui Shi, Zhong Shuming, Hong Kang, and Hong Shen also followed him in. Actually, Pei Qingshu had originally planned to live here and serve Kui Heng. However, Kui Heng chased him back to the Pei family mansion. Previously, Pei Yu had misjudged the situation and caused a lot of trouble at home. He needed Pei Qingshu to deal with it. In a lakeside pavilion in the heart-nourishing courtyard, Kui Heng was brewing tea. In the 300 years in the beginner's space, he had cultivated an extremely good tea brewing technique. Drinking the tea he brewed was also a form of enjoyment. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Hui Shi, Zhong Shuming, and Hong Kang sat at the side. The three of them were in different states. Hong Kang was flattered and very uneasy. Zhong Shuming was overjoyed. In his opinion, being able to drink the tea brewed by Exalted Immortal was simply an immortal encounter. Hui Shi's expression was much calmer. He had been by Kui Heng's side for the longest time. He had been by Kui Heng's side since Juhe County. He had seen Kui Heng use too many immortal techniques and had been given many opportunities by Kui Heng. He was not shocked just because he drank tea. "Come, try the tea I personally brewed." Kui Heng smiled and poured a cup of tea for the three of them. "Thank you, Immortal Venerable. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. Thank you, Immortal Venerable." The three of them thanked him and drank their tea. Immediately after, their bodies underwent a tremendous change. Hong Kang felt his inner world cultivation become complete in an instant. Strange powers kept awakening in his body, and these powers quickly sublimated, and he became a human immortal in the blink of an eye. Zhong Shuming had the same feeling. However, his breakthrough was even greater. He directly broke through from the deity realm to the Deva realm. Hui Shi naturally received the greatest improvement. He directly jumped from the realm of condensing Deva blood to the perfected Dharma idol stage and reached the Heaven Monarch realm. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. All of this improvement was done silently. There was no phenomenon in the world. Therefore, all the power needed to break through was provided by the dharmic powers contained in the tea. "Thank you, Immortal Venerable." The three of them knelt and thanked him in unison. "All right, Get up. Kui Heng waved his hand and smiled. I helped you increase your cultivation this time because there's something I need you to do. Wuxia. Yes. Wuxia immediately stood up and waited at the side. I want you to establish a martial arts sect. Martial techniques that you will teach will be targeted at the Heaven Monarch realm. This can be directly announced to the public. Kui Heng took a sip of tea and said, if anyone attacks, let Hura come out. Yes, Immortal Venerable. Wuxia immediately agreed. He had always followed Kui Heng's orders and never asked why. Back in Juhe County, he had already recognized his position to be a sharp knife. Hong Kang. Kui Heng looked at the slightly uneasy old man and smiled. Your ancestor was my first disciple, and also the disciple I valued the most. He once had a great ambition. Hong Kang opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He really didn't know much about his ancestors. This ambition is to save the world. He wants every ordinary person to be able to eat to their fill, wear warm clothes, and sleep peacefully. Kui Heng's expression became serious. Hong Kang was stunned when he heard this. Then, there was confusion, followed by extreme shock and admiration. He suddenly knelt in front of Kui Heng and said in a low voice, Immortal Venerable, please give me the method to save the world. Kui Heng was stunned when he saw this. He was silent for a moment, then closed his eyes and sighed softly. All right. What I want you to do is to build a new country. Can you do that? There were many countries in the heavenly void world. Other than the Great Jew, there were also many countries of various sizes. At this moment, the immortal sects were sweeping around in the name of searching for people, and many countries were destroyed. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible to establish a new country. I still need perfected Zhong's help. Kui Heng looked at Zhong Shuming. Exalted Immortal, don't worry. I will definitely help him. Zhong Shuming immediately agreed. At the same time, he was a little excited. He knew that Hong Kang was the descendant of Heavenly King Hongwu back then and was extremely close to Kui Heng. If he could do this well, he would definitely be able to get closer to Kui Heng. Thank you, Immortal Venerable. Hong Kang kowtowed. Get up. Kui Heng waved his hand and smiled. The two things he had asked Wuxia and Hong Kang to do were not baseless. Instead, he was preparing for the future after destroying the 9 immortal sects. After all, the 9 immortal sects occupied the top ruling power. If this ruling force suddenly disappeared, it would definitely cause countless people to fight for the spot. The world would be in chaos and people would suffer. Instead of making amends when the time came, it was better to make preparations early. He had to prepare for both the sect and the country. In addition, after Wuxia established the sect, he could also recruit disciples and explore some unknown cultivation paths. This was also beneficial to his cultivation. It was the same for establishing a country. In terms of implementing matters, nothing was more efficient than a country. Then, Kui Heng looked at Zhong Shuming and said, Perfected Zhong, I'll be staying here for a while. After I see someone, I'll go to Daoi Palace. The person he wanted to see was naturally Li Mingqiang. Yu Wei had already returned and would report the situation in Linjiang County to her. At that time, she would know about what happened here. In the depths of the mountain more than 1,000 miles away from the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect, Wuxia shuttled through the dense forest. At this moment, it restrained the flames on its body and its dharmic powers, turning into a slender and agile little snake, like an ordinary animal. Sometimes, it climbed up a tree, and sometimes, it occupied the roots. It was no different from an ordinary little snake. But in reality, Wuxia's attention had been focused on the hidden cave. It had been like this since half a month ago. This was where Kui Heng had traced the roots of the 9 elders to. The power that caused the collapse of the inner palace of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect and buried the books in the Sea of Fire came from here. After Wuxia arrived, it felt an aura equivalent to the Golden Core realm. It had also entered the cave, but it could only walk on endlessly. It could not find the real cave abode inside at all and could only wait outside. After all, although the 9-fire flame dragon was powerful, it had never learned about array formations and restrictions. There was indeed nothing it could do in such a situation. Indeed, it could also directly destroy the array formation with its strength, but that would definitely alert the enemy. The people who once lived here might never appear again. Hence, Wuxia had been staring outside until now. It twisted its slender snake body and crawled in front of the cave. Its eyes flickered with a ferocious light as it thought to itself, when the fellow inside comes out, I'll definitely burn him to ashes. No, I want him to die without even ashes left. Aya, that's not right. Immortal Venerable said that we have to capture him alive. Mph, I'll spare your life on account of Immortal Venerable. At the same time, in the cave abode deep in the cave, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky, emitting an undying aura. This golden light landed in front of the palace in the middle of the cave abode. Then, a demented old man slowly walked out. It was the patriarch of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect, who had already become a mystic deity 3,000 years ago. Om! As soon as he walked out of the golden light, a walnut-sized pustule appeared on his face. It was filled with purple-black pus. However, in the next moment, a ball of golden light appeared on his body and purified the pustule, returning his face to its normal withered state. Damn, how troublesome. The dried-up old man couldn't help but curse. He muttered, I really don't know when I can truly refine an undying body and become a golden immortal. 3,000 years had passed, but he was still only a Tai mystic deity. He had clearly seen the threshold to the 5th realm golden immortal level, but he could not step in no matter what. And just this step was worlds apart. The power, status, and authority that a golden immortal possessed was something that not even thousands of Tai mystic deities could compare to. It was a big shot who truly possessed immortal true essence. Compared to his current Tai mystic deity realm which only had the immortal golden nature, it was like the difference between gold and mud. They were completely different. That fellow above is a half-step golden immortal. Can I? A thought suddenly appeared in the old man's heart. This time, he and the other 8 elders reported about the demons of the lower world destroying the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect and discussed a suitable way to deal with it. However, they realized that the golden immortal mighty figure who had previously presided over the meeting had not appeared. In his place was a half-step golden immortal. What was a half-step golden immortal? It was a Tai mystic deity who had swallowed immortal true essence and had the clear characteristics of a golden immortal. However, he had not completely digested the immortal true essence. He could only be considered to have half a foot into the golden immortal realm. The reason why it was called this was because after swallowing immortal true essence, one still had to slowly wait to digest it. This process was not short. It would take at least 100 years, or even more than 500 years. In a state that lasted for such a long time and had characteristics that were clearly higher than that of a Tai mystic deity, it was naturally divided into a separate level. It was called half-step golden immortal. In theory, the immortal true essence in a half-step golden immortal's body had not been completely digested and could still be refined by others. However, that's a half-step golden immortal after all. It's not like the one from 3,000 years ago. I can't act rashly. The old man's dark eyes flickered with light. The most important thing now is to go out and meet up with the other 7 elders and destroy that demon from the lower world together. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. The reason why there were only 7 elders was because the Heavenly Cycle Star Pavilion refused to participate in this siege. Moreover, they repeatedly emphasized at the meeting that the demon from the lower world was definitely not just a powerful Tai mystic deity. That old thing from the Heavenly Cycle Star Pavilion has really lived too long and become muddle-headed. The old man shook his head and walked out. He chuckled and said, although there are 9 realms in the immortal world ranks, there hasn't been anyone who has reached the end of the 5th realm since ancient times. Golden immortals are the pinnacle of cultivation. This is already a well-known consensus. In the entire universe, how many golden immortals are there? There are even very few half-step golden immortals. Could it be that a small lower world, a mere 10,000-year-old civilization, can produce a second half-step golden immortal in succession? They're really thinking too much. Chapter 214 Self-Detonate. Chapter 214 Self-Detonate. As a Tai mystic deity who had lived for more than 7,000 years, Yi Yun had always been very confident in his judgment. He had already determined this since he chose to become a divine general's envoy. He'd been through a lot along the way. Every time he faced a major event, he trusted his judgment. Without exception, they were all successful. Especially the one 3,000 years ago. If he did not believe his own judgment at that time, he would have long passed away. It was impossible for him to break through to the Tai mystic deity realm, let alone live until the end. He could not chart for a higher realm like just now. All of this was because he trusted his judgment and was convinced. This was the powerful confidence he had built up over the past 7,000 years. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Therefore, he firmly believed in his judgment and felt that the evil demon that came from the lower world could not be a half-step golden immortal, let alone a golden immortal of the fifth realm. That was a golden immortal supreme. Even in the vast world, it was a big shot at the peak. How could such a figure appear in this kind of place? Let's go out first. Yi Yun thought to himself as he began to adjust his body's condition. His withered body began to recover quickly. This dried corpse that was originally just skin and bones grew flesh bit by bit. Its head, body, and limbs were all returning to normal at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had become a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He no longer looked like a dried corpse. After I capture that evil demon from the lower world, I can try to get something out of him. Yi Yun calculated in his heart and thought to himself, someone who can break through to the Tai mystic deity realm on his own must have quite a secret. Then, he walked out of the cave abode and arrived at the cave filled with runes. At the same time, Wuxia, who had been waiting outside for half a month, suddenly widened its eyes. It could sense that something had changed in the cave. Someone had appeared inside. Was it the person that the immortal venerable had instructed? It's finally here. Wuxia's entire body became excited, and it wished it could immediately capture the people inside alive. However, it was very patient and did not act rashly. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. It still waited outside. When the person inside walked out by himself, before long, Yi Yun walked out. The moment he saw the sunlight, he subconsciously closed his eyes and frowned, as if he was very unhappy with the sunlight. Just as Yi Yun was about to circulate the power in his body and fly away, Wuxia suddenly moved. Roar. A dragon roar resounded through the world. Wuxia, who was originally in the form of a pocket-sized snake, instantly became larger, turning into a 5,000-foot-long huge fire dragon that pounced towards the Yi Yun that had just soared into the sky. The huge dharmic powers of a late-stage golden core instantly enveloped the void within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, this area became a sea of fire. However, there were no trees burning, nor were there any living beings being burned by the flames. These flames seemed to have intelligence and knew what could and could not be burned. Facing such a sudden and powerful attack, Yi Yun was completely stunned. He was incomparably shocked as he watched Wuxia extend a dragon claw. It was as if he was grabbing a little chick, and he was instantly grabbed in his hand. Moreover, the power of this dragon claw was extremely powerful. It was impossible to break free with the strength of a Tai mystic deity. What's going on? What's this? Where did this dragon come from? There's such a powerful force in the world. Half-step golden immortal? Yi Yun was horrified as countless thoughts appeared in his mind. However, he quickly realized that he had been targeted for a long time. This dragon must have been waiting here for a long time to capture him after he came out. Is it because I destroyed the books of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect last time? Yi Yun turned his head. You can find me with just that weak fluctuation of power? How is that possible? But no matter how much he did not believe it, it was already a fact that Wuxia had caught him. And there was no way to escape. Ridiculous. I, Yi Yun, have lived for 7,000 years and have dominated the universe. How can I be captured just like that? Yi Yun continued to grit his teeth and struggle. But this was useless. Wuxia possessed late-stage golden core dharmic powers. In terms of realm, it was at least equivalent to a golden immortal. Its cultivation level was naturally far stronger than Yi Yun's, and it could imprison him tightly. However, this did not mean that he could not do anything else. Damn it! Yi Yun's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Who is it? Is it that demon from the lower world? Damn it! Just you wait. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Yi Yun, who was grabbed tightly by Fire Four's dragon claw, exploded. As an extremely bright purple-black light shone in the air, an incomparably huge impact spread out in the sky, instantly forming a huge purple-black fireball in the sky. At the same time, everyone within a 50-mile radius looked up at the sky and saw this strange huge fireball and the huge fire dragon entrenched above. Moreover, because the impact of the explosion was too huge, the clouds in the sky were almost pierced through, forming a huge circular hole. It was as if the sky was leaking. Coupled with the purple-black fireball and the fire dragon, it made the people who witnessed this scene feel that the end of the world had arrived. All of their faces revealed despair. What? Wuxia was also in extreme shock. It had only been born for half a month and had not experienced much. It did not expect Yi Yun to self-destruct so decisively. A moment later, the purple-black fireball gradually dissipated, and the spreading impact gradually calmed down. Wuxia became 7 feet tall, and it held an incomplete arm in its dragon claw. This was a part of Yi Yun's body that it had hurriedly used its dharmic powers to protect when he self-destructed. The rest had already been blown into powder and practically ceased to exist. He should be trying to trick me into thinking that he died in this self-destruction. He'll revive after I leave. Wuxia's gaze moved away from the arm and he sneered, I'm the smartest 9-fire flame dragon. How could I fall for such a trap? Hence, it did not leave. Instead, it continued to circle around the forest, waiting for Yi Yun to revive. To Wuxia, only by capturing this person alive could it complete the mission given to it by Immortal Venerable. Next time, I will never give you a chance to resist. In the cave abode. Above the central palace, purple-black bugs suddenly crawled out of the void and landed on the ground densely. Then, they quickly fused together and turned into a ball of purple-black mud. Immediately after, the lump of mud kept squirming and gradually grew limbs, a torso, a head, and facial features. A moment later, this lump of mud turned into a dried-up Yi Yun. He had revived. Damn it, damn it. Yi Yun roared, his dark eyes filled with anger. In the past 7,000 years, this was the first time he had been forced to self-destruct and escape. But he could not go out now. That fire dragon was too powerful, completely beyond his expectations. When he was imprisoned by the dragon claw, he could clearly sense how powerful its strength was. He could not resist at all. Notify everyone immediately. I have to inform everyone immediately. Yi Yun's entire body was trembling. He was panting heavily, and pustules kept bulging on his face and body. We have to kill them. We have to kill them all. I have to inform the Supreme that there are half-step golden immortals here with ulterior motives. I have to get the Supreme to attack personally. Great Ju Imperial City, Empress's bedroom. Li Mingqiang suddenly sat up from the bed behind the screen and asked Yu Wei in disbelief, what did you just say? Pei Qingshu isn't dead. He even brought a master back to Linjiang County. Chapter 215 The Other Side of the Empress. Chapter 215 The Other Side of the Empress. The 9-fire flame dragon was essentially a creature created by Kui Heng's spell. Although it already had a complete spirituality, the 9-fire flame dragon was still an extension of Kui Heng's perception. Therefore, Kui Heng had actually sensed the entire process of Wuxia fighting Yi Yun, including Yi Yun's self-destruction and his remaining arm. Through these 2 points, Kui Heng roughly understood Yi Yun's situation. It was roughly equivalent to the mid-stage Golden Core realm. Its strength was slightly weaker, which was the so-called Tai mystic deity realm. However, his lifespan was extremely abnormal. Judging from that arm, Yi Yun had lived for at least 7,000 years. This had far exceeded the limit of lifespan that a fourth-realm immortal cultivator could reach. Kui Heng had obtained a secret manual from the Purple Extreme Palace on the moon. It recorded the secret martial techniques of the Purple Extreme Palace and pointed to the path to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. It also described the characteristics of the fourth realm of the immortal world. It was the mystic Dharma body realm. This realm required one to reach the third realm of the immortal world first. The process of reaching the Dharma body stage referred to martial artists who communicated with the nomological Tao runes of the world and engraved them, forming a divine power mark before finally refining a Dharma body. After cultivating the Dharmic body, one could live for 1,000 years. Of course, this was just a normal lifespan. In theory, one could also extend their lifespan by consuming life-prolonging pills or cultivating special longevity martial techniques. But he could only live for about 5,000 years at most. This was much less than the maximum lifespan of a golden core cultivator, which was 9,999 years. Yi Yun's 7,000 years of lifespan far exceeded the original limit of 5,000 years. Moreover, his physical state was extremely strange. His flesh contained countless purple-black bugs, giving off the feeling that his entire body was made of these purple-black bugs. Is it because of the undying characteristic he obtained 3,000 years ago? Kui Heng thought to himself. He thought of the so-called unparalleled demon he had encountered in the Great Jinn. The Great Demon was also filled with this strange purple-black power. There was also the Purple Extreme Palace on the moon. What exactly is this purple-black power? Kui Heng frowned, filled with confusion. To this day, he still had not figured out what the power that formed the Sky Ruins evil bug was, nor did he know what kind of secrets it contained. This unknown made him feel uneasy. It was also one of the reasons why he had never personally taken action. That Tai mystic deity didn't resurrect because Wuxia was guarding there. Kui Heng continued to pay attention to Yi Yun's situation and thought to himself, from the spiritual perception contained in that arm, that person shouldn't have died, nor did he leave too far away. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. Did he revive somewhere nearby? Could he be in that cave? If that's the case, could I let Hua just pull out the entire mountain? To a late-stage Golden Core 9 Fire Flame Dragon, it was not difficult to uproot a mountain that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. If that Tai mystic deity had really revived in the cave. This method was indeed feasible. As long as it uprooted the entire mountain and brought it back, it would naturally be able to bring back that Tai mystic immortal. Moreover, as long as they were prepared this time and let Wuxia use its dharmic powers to protect the entire mountain before interfering with the laws and principles, they could avoid a situation of self-destruction. With Wuxia's strength, it would not be a problem to stop a Tai mystic deity from self-destructing. Master. At this moment, Pei Qingshu's voice came from outside. What is it? Kui Heng stopped thinking and stood up to open the door and asked. Greetings, Master. Pei Qingshu first bowed, then said, Master, Li Mingqiang wants to meet you. Kui Heng was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. Let's go then. In the reception hall of the heart-nourishing courtyard. Li Mingqiang was wearing a moon-white dress and dressed like an ordinary woman. Although she still had a beautiful appearance, she no longer had the dignified aura of an empress. She sat there with her feet together and her head lowered. Her teeth bit her red lips as she crossed her fingers and fiddled with her slender fingers. She was clearly very nervous. Yu Wei stood at the side. She was already stunned. She was already the closest person to the empress in the palace. However, she had never seen the empress so uneasy, nervous, and even a little feminine. This was too ridiculous. Anyone who saw the empress's current expression would think that they were hallucinating. For a moment, Yu Wei even suspected that she would be silenced when she returned. After all, she had seen the empress's unknown side. Could she still live in this world after this? However, the empress had come to see Pei Qingshu's master. Why was she so nervous and uneasy? This didn't make sense. Could it be that the empress also knew Pei Qingshu's master? At that moment, Footsteps came from outside. Li Mingqiang seemed to have suffered a conditioned reflex. She stood up directly and subconsciously tidied her appearance. She whispered to Yu Wei beside her, "Is my hair and clothes messy?" "No, no. Your Grace, you look perfect," Yu Wei said truthfully. At this moment, she was even more shocked in her heart. The Empress was actually so respectful to the person she was going to meet. Even her appearance was professional. After a while, Kui Heng arrived. Pei Qingshu followed beside him with a very respectful attitude. "Your Grace, this is Deva Pei's." Yu Wei tried to introduce Kui Heng to Li Mingqiang. However, as soon as she spoke, she saw Li Mingqiang kneel on the ground respectfully and kowtow to Kui Heng. Disciple Li Mingqiang greets Immortal Venerable. Yu Wei was instantly stunned when she saw this. She was completely stunned, and she could not even react in time to what had happened. However, her face quickly revealed disbelief and extreme shock. Immediately after, she hurriedly knelt down as well. As a subject, how could she not kneel when her empress had already knelt? Kui Heng stopped in his tracks and looked at the young woman kneeling in front of him. He could not help but sigh. Actually, Li Mingqiang's appearance was relatively unfamiliar to him. After all, when he was in the beginner's space, Li Mingqiang was only 9 years old and was completely a little girl. She had already grown so big. There was a saying that a woman would change when she grew up. Not to mention that Li Mingqiang had experienced countless things over the years and had even ruled the great Zhou dynasty for more than 70 years as an empress. Therefore, when he first saw Li Mingqiang, Kui Heng only had one feeling: unfamiliarity. He could hardly see any trace of that little girl in this woman. However, when Li Mingqiang knelt on the ground and kowtowed, Kui Heng suddenly felt that this figure overlapped with that of the little girl back then. "Has your brother returned?" Kui Heng suddenly asked. Li Mingqiang's body trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and said, "Not yet. I haven't found any clues." "Then you have to continue working hard and live a long life until the day he returns." Kui Heng looked at Li Mingqiang and smiled. "Get up, my disciple doesn't have to kneel." "Disciple?" Pei Qingshu, who was standing at the side, revealed a trace of joy in his eyes. He was happy for Li Mingqiang. Li Mingqiang almost cried tears of joy when she heard this. However, after so many years, she had long been able to perfectly control her emotions. Her tears did not really flow out. However, the impact of Kui Heng's appearance was too great. When she spoke, her voice was still trembling. "Master." Then, Li Mingqiang slowly stood up and lowered her head to stand at the side. Her fingers were still crossed as she fiddled with them. She actually looked like a shy girl who was facing a teacher. "Sit." Kui Heng pointed at a chair beside him and said to Pei Qingshu, "Qingshu, go outside first. I'll talk to Mingqiang." "Yes, master." Pei Qingshu bowed and left. "Your Grace, I'll take my leave too." Yu Wei was still very discerning. "Go." Li Mingqiang nodded. At this moment, only Kui Heng and Li Mingqiang were left in the guest hall. "Master, Li Mingqiang seemed to want to say something. However, just as she said this, she did not know what to say. She paused. There were so many things she wanted to say over the years. However, she did not know where to start. "Let's not talk about anything else first." Kui Heng shook his head gently and frowned as he said in a low voice, "There's something wrong with your cultivation. Your body isn't right. I'll help you check first." Chapter 216 Soul Golden Core Technique. Chapter 216 Soul Golden Core Technique. Check her body. Li Mingqiang immediately became excited when she heard this. She said excitedly, "Master, did you see that there was a mistake in my cultivation?" In the recent decades, she had actually been troubled by her physical condition. However, she had no idea how to resolve this situation. Her soul was far stronger than her body, and she often felt many side effects. She had no idea what to do. Now, she finally saw hope. "I wonder if there were some mistakes." Kui Heng shook his head gently and frowned. "Your situation is even worse than Qingshu's." "Master, what should I do?" Li Mingqiang stood up and looked at Kui Heng with her bright eyes. She said hopefully, "I'll definitely cooperate with you. No need. Just sit down." Kui Heng waved his hand to signal for her to sit down. Then, he stood up and came behind her, gently pressing his palm on the top of her head. With Kui Heng's nascent soul realm cultivation, he only needed some contact to completely examine a person's body. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. The reason why he had to press it on her head now was because this position was more suitable for checking her soul. This was a normal inspection. It was not like some movies on Earth where the men were dressed and the women needed to take off their clothes. That was completely impossible. Kui Heng's dharmic powers quickly turned into thin threads that entered Li Mingqiang's body from the top of her head. Then, it followed her spiritual meridians and spread to her limbs and bones. Thus, he conducted an extremely detailed examination of her body. Li Mingqiang felt a warm sensation on the top of her head. It was as if a warm current had surged into her body and wandered around, touching every corner of her body, making her feel a strange feeling of itchiness. At this moment, Kui Heng's eyes were slightly closed, and his expression was solemn. Through the circulation of these dharmic powers, everything about Li Mingqiang's body was reflected in his mind. This naturally included the state of the soul in her Niwen palace. In Kui Heng's perception, Li Mingqiang's soul was like a giant living in a dilapidated straw shed. As it was too huge, it could only curl up at all times. It had to be careful with any actions, afraid that it would destroy this dilapidated straw shed. And Li Mingqiang's body was this straw shed. Compared to the strength of her soul, her physical body was too weak. Li Mingqiang's soul strength had already reached a level similar to the mid-stage golden core realm, which was the so-called Tai mystic deity. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. However, her body was only equivalent to the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. This extreme mismatch between spirit and flesh allowed her to only unleash strength similar to the peak of the foundation establishment realm, and it also caused her physical condition to be extremely bad. Although her lifespan would not be affected, her daily actions would be limited. If she moved for a little longer, she would feel extremely weak. This was an automatic warning from her soul, afraid that if she moved too much, her body would collapse. However, if there was an intense battle and a lot of soul power was released, that would be another situation. Because this could temporarily weaken the soul, the burden on the body would lighten for a short period of time, and it could also maintain a period of high energy. However, because her body was too weak compared to her soul, if she often fought intense battles or fought more often, it was possible that her body would collapse when she released the power of her soul. She would die on the spot. Even if there was no intense battle, such a weak body carrying such a powerful soul still had great hidden dangers. If her body suffered some damage, it was also possible that her body would completely collapse. She would still die on the spot. In other words, although Li Mingqiang's current situation was not like Pei Qingshu's lifespan, she could die at any time. She didn't even know when she would die. After Kui Heng finished his inspection, he retracted his hand and explained the results to Li Mingqiang. There was no fear in Li Mingqiang's eyes, only a trace of surprise. She smiled and said, "Thank you for explaining, Master. I can also sense this situation. I can feel that I might die at any time. Actually, in the past few decades, every now and then, I'll prepare a will. If I have any new thoughts, I'll write another one. In the event that I died without any warning, it would not cause chaos in the royal court or the entire Great Jew." Kui Heng was silent for a long time. He stared at the disciple in front of him and praised, "Not everyone can face their death so calmly. It's really rare for you to have such a state of mind. It's enough to show how firm your will is. You should be able to walk this path. Next, I'll open up this path for you. Are you ready?" When he was checking Li Mingqiang's body just now, Kui Heng had already thought of how to solve this problem. Since the strength of the body and soul was not compatible, he only needed to increase the strength of the body and make it capable of carrying a powerful soul. Then, it was the normal cultivation steps. However, this was equivalent to erasing Li Mingqiang's previous efforts to explore this path, causing her martial cultivation to become ordinary. Therefore, Kui Heng chose another method. That was to continue following the path that Li Mingqiang had explored. In essence, Li Mingqiang's situation was an extreme improvement to her Dharma idol. That extremely powerful soul was the heaven immortal Dharma idol that had been strengthened countless times. In other words, she had cultivated herself into a super heaven immortal. It was similar to but different from the path Pei Qingshu took. The former strengthened his body, while the latter strengthened her soul. Kui Heng's idea was very simple. That was to transform this overly powerful soul into the foundation of Li Mingqiang's cultivation. This way, she could change the state of a weak body carrying a powerful soul to a powerful soul controlling a weak body. He planned to use the golden core technique as a reference and let Li Mingqiang refine her soul into a soul golden core. She would use this as the foundation of her cultivation. As such, Li Mingqiang's soul, which had already reached the Taiyi mystic deity realm, would further sublimate and possess the immortal golden nature, stepping into the so-called golden immortal realm. At that time, her weak body would no longer be a burden to her soul. Instead, it would be nourished by the soul golden core at all times. Soon, it would naturally rise to the mystic deity realm and continue to become stronger. Master, I'm ready. Li Mingqiang closed her eyes gently and took a deep breath. Please begin. Chapter 217 The Border of Heaven and Earth, Heaven Saint Palace. Chapter 217 The Border of Heaven and Earth, Heaven Saint Palace. What was the essence of condensing a soul golden core? It was to condense the relatively scattered soul power into a pure golden core, and even the pure soul power to condense an immortal golden nature. During this process, the most important thing was the point where the power of the soul was gathered. This point required an extremely powerful spirit, pure emotions, or extreme determination. Li Mingqiang undoubtedly matched these criteria. It was also because of this that Kui Heng decided to help her open up this path to a higher realm. Nascent soul cultivators could already organize the spiritual emotions of living beings and refine a portion of their spiritual will, even if it was just the so-called determination. This was related to the control of spirituality. It was considered a natural divine power for nascent soul cultivators. However, Kui Heng did not directly help Li Mingqiang extract the firm belief in her heart. Instead, he guided her to analyze her emotions and thoughts bit by bit, allowing her to find the strongest faith in her heart. Please keep reading on myb0xnovel.com. Only then would the path be opened. Otherwise, even if Kui Heng gave her a soul golden core, it would not mean that she had taken this path. In the future, there would only be one soul golden core cultivator like Li Mingqiang. There would never be a second one, let alone a complete inheritance. But it was different now. Under Kui Heng's guidance, Li Mingqiang had already understood how to find the initial and most core fulcrum on this path. As long as she found this fulcrum, she could condense the most basic power of the soul and transform the soul into a golden core that contained the immortal golden attribute, thereby achieving a true breakthrough in cultivation. At this moment, Li Mingqiang was taking this step. In her Niwen palace, the firm faith that had just been revealed gradually condensed into substance. It was a ball of golden light that seemed to be floating in the void. It did not rise, nor was it fixed. It just stood there without moving. The soul power that originally filled the Niwen palace seemed to have been guided by something and began to spin and gather towards the ball of golden light, forming an invisible vortex of soul power. At the same time, everyone in Linjiang County inexplicably felt as if they had been immersed in a breeze. This breeze did not blow on their bodies, but on their hearts, making everyone's hearts sublimate and become incomparably peaceful and comfortable. The irritable people became calm at this moment, and the fierce people became docile. They were originally kind-hearted people. At this moment, they felt that their heart had been purified. Their thoughts became clearer, and their senses became sharper, as if they had been reborn. The martial artists also obtained an increase in their mental strength. It was unknown how many Qi Transformation Realm Grandmasters stepped into the profound Gate Realm, and how many Xiantian experts had perfected their inner world at this moment. In just a short period of time, the entire Linjiang County had undergone a tremendous change. As a mystic deity who had already cultivated a martial Dao true body, it was naturally impossible for Pei Qingshu not to feel anything. She sensed an extremely huge soul power enveloping the sky above Linjiang County, forming an invisible vortex. Its powerful might even made her feel a little suffocated and dizzy. Please keep reading on myb0xnovel.com. Is this the power of a golden immortal's soul? It's too powerful. Pei Qingshu looked at the sky in surprise and tried his best to investigate the source of this soul power, but he realized that it seemed to be in the reception hall of the Yangshan courtyard. At this moment, his master Kui Heng and Empress Jifeng, Li Mingqiang, were inside. Is master helping junior sister break through? Pei Qingshu relaxed a lot. This meant that Linjiang County would not encounter any danger. But then, he frowned. If this is really junior sister breaking through, isn't this too strong? Isn't she even stronger than me? After cultivating his martial Dao true body and stepping into the mystic deity realm, he could be said to be satisfied. He felt that he could steadily defeat Li Mingqiang and become his master's strongest disciple. But now, it seemed that this target was a little dangerous. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by a series of faint trembling sounds in the void, the invisible soul power vortex finally gradually calmed down, and the people of Linjiang County returned to their normal mental states. In the reception hall of Yangshan Courtyard, Li Mingqiang was already floating. Her eyes were slightly closed as she floated in the air. A golden light that emitted an undying charm shone between her brows, making her look incomparably holy and otherworldly. At this moment, in Li Mingqiang's Niwen Palace, the originally incomparably huge soul that was about to collapse was no longer there. Instead, it had turned into a bright silver pill. In the core of this pill was a spot of pure spiritual will that emitted an immortal golden light. Boom! This was a silent roar, but it sounded in the minds of every living being in Linjiang County. At this moment, everyone had the illusion that everything in reality had shattered and they had fallen into an illusion. However, to ordinary people, they felt that this was just a misperception and did not care at all. However, it was different for experts who had mastered the martial Dao. At that moment, they felt that all their concepts in reality had been destroyed and they had been imprisoned in an illusory spiritual world. Chapter 218 The Border of Heaven and Earth, Heaven Saint Palace, 2. Chapter 218 The Border of Heaven and Earth, Heaven Saint Palace, 2. Even though they had already recovered a moment later, these people were still so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Those with slightly weaker spiritual will were even so frightened that they half knelt on the ground. They looked up at the sky in horror. What was that feeling just now? Li Mingqiang slowly landed. She stood firmly on the ground and slowly opened her eyes. She felt that her physical condition had never been better. She had abundant physical strength, a clear mind, a physique that was strengthening every moment, and a soul power that was so huge that it was almost endless. This was her current state. The soul golden core was formed. Whether it was in terms of realm or strength, she was already equivalent to a late-stage golden core cultivator. Although she was not a cultivator who had truly refined a golden core and stepped into the late-stage golden core realm, she should still have many advantages over the golden immortals of this world. Please keep reading on myb0xnovel.com. Of course, the most important thing was that from today onwards, Li Mingqiang could live peacefully for at least 1,000 years. She no longer had to worry about dying suddenly. Mingqiang, how do you feel? Kui Heng asked with a smile. So powerful. Master, you're so amazing. Li Mingqiang felt the condition of her body and couldn't help but praise, I've never felt so good before. My entire body feels clear and comfortable. This was the joy of breaking through. Especially since she had been stuck at this realm for decades and had to suffer immense mental pressure every day. The pain she had suffered all these years was huge. Now that she had released her restraints, she was naturally overjoyed. She felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and comfort. Next, spend some time consolidating your cultivation, and you'll be able to completely stabilize. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. Let's go. Follow me out to meet Qingshu. Li Mingqiang was very excited now. She could not suppress the smile on her face no matter what. She said happily, "Yes, master. By the way." Kui Heng seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Li Mingqiong and smiled. "How did Qingshu address you? Is he your senior brother or are you the senior sister?" "Master, originally, he always called me junior sister." Li Mingqiong smiled faintly when she heard this, and her eyes flickered with pride. "However, before this, he sent me a new letter. It's written clearly in black and white, and he called me senior sister." "Ha ha ha, all right." Kui Heng nodded and smiled. "That'll do then." Then, the two of them walked out of the reception hall. He saw Pei Qingshu and Yu Wei waiting outside. "Master." When Pei Qingshu saw the two of them come out, he hurriedly went up and asked, "Master, that powerful soul power just now is?" "I was helping your senior sister break through." Kui Heng nodded and explained, "Now that your senior sister has formed a soul golden core and obtained the immortal golden attribute, her realm is comparable to a fifth realm golden immortal." Fifth realm? Golden immortal. Pei Qingshu's eyes widened when he heard this. He looked at Li Mingqiong in disbelief and said in extreme shock, You're already a golden immortal? Please keep reading on myb0xnovel.com. It's all thanks to Master's help. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to achieve what I have today." Li Mingqiong shook her head gently and smiled. "Junior brother, actually, as long as you work hard in the future, you will definitely achieve something." "Junior brother?" Pei Qingshu was slightly stunned. Then, he noticed that Kui Heng had identified Li Mingqiong as his senior sister. Pei Qingshu opened his mouth and tried to explain. However, he thought of his previous letter and could only shut his mouth. However, he could not help but think to himself, "That little brat Yuezhi, I'll definitely spank his butt when I get back." While Linjiang County was enjoying itself. In the depths of the mountain where Huasai's spiritual perception was located, there was only silence. After Yi Yun sensed that there was a half-step golden immortal outside, he fell into a manic and panicked state. He could not wait to tell everyone this news and gather his strength to destroy this half-step golden immortal. This was not only to protect the power of the immortal sects, but also to prevent himself from being corroded by this strange power and also to become an undying golden immortal. However, he had just returned from there not long ago. If he went over directly, it would easily make the Supreme unhappy. If that happened, he would be finished. Therefore, after coming back to life, Yi Yun waited for another 10 days before activating the golden teleportation array arranged by the central palace. Accompanied by strange lights and shadows formed by complicated colors, as well as the distortion of his body and soul, he arrived at this place that had been entangled with him for more than 6,000 years. This was an empty place. Other than the teleportation array under his feet, there was nothing else. It was as if it was the border of the world and nothing else existed. However, Yi Yun could clearly see a guide. In the void, an invisible path guided him forward. As long as he took a step forward, he could naturally cross the endless void and leave this void to arrive in front of a huge palace. This palace was resplendent and magnificent. Every inch of it was exquisite, as if it contained the truths of the world. There were strange flowers and plants growing around it, and their fragrance assailed the nose. The world was even enshrouded in a scarlet and golden light. It was truly the land of immortals and gods, the palace of longevity. There was a plaque hanging on the main entrance of the hall with 3 words written on it. Heaven Saint Palace. Although Yi Yun had been here many times, he still felt a little emotional every time he came here. This was the place that had completely changed his fate. 6,500 years ago, this place was still called the Heaven Unity Palace. It was here that he refined his Dhamma idol with the help of divine Lord Tianhe and successfully stepped into the 4th realm immortal level, becoming a mystic deity. He could finally become one of the core members of the Heaven Unity Palace. In the 1,000 years after that, he received one mission after another here, constantly conquering the local forces of the heavenly void world. He became stronger and more cold-blooded. In the past 1,000 years, more than 30% of the living beings who died in the heavenly void world were killed by him. However, As long as he could obtain the recognition of the Supreme, even if it was just a simple reward, Yi Yun felt that everything was worth it. He would have endless motivation. And all of this had changed 3,700 years ago. Ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect only knew that at that time, Divine Lord Tianhe no longer responded to their prayers. As for Yi Yun, he had personally witnessed Divine Lord Tianhe's death. Yes, 3,700 years ago, Divine Lord Tianhe, who had dominated the universe for more than 5,000 years, a golden immortal Divine Lord with an undying body, died in the Heaven Saint Palace. Before he died, he imparted the immortal true essence in his body to his son, allowing the young Divine Lord, who was originally only a mystic deity, to leap to the level of a half-step golden immortal. This young Divine Lord successfully digested the immortal true essence 100 years later and became a true golden immortal. He was known as the Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate. However, Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate was different from his father. He did not care much about the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect, nor did he continue to answer the prayers of his believers. He even ordered the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect to turn into a martial sect. Otherwise, he would cut off all support. Yi Yun could only do as he was told. Moreover, at that time, his lifespan was already at its end and he did not have much time left. He was no longer in the mood to argue. However, later on, Yi Yun and the other 9 mystic deities obtained a huge opportunity on the planet connected to the heavenly void world. They obtained a portion of immortal golden nature and even possessed a strange lifespan. Their thoughts changed. They felt that they were the ones who had taken down more than half of the heavenly void world. Nearly half of the supplies that the Heaven Saint Palace needed for thousands of years were provided by them. This heavenly void world should be the inheritance left behind for them by Divine Lord Tianhe. No one could touch or occupy it. Whoever dared to do this would die. Now, a half-step golden immortal of unknown origin had suddenly appeared. Of course, they had to gather all their strength to destroy him. Fortunately, the Heaven Saint Palace also treated the heavenly void world as a restricted territory and would do their best to clean up all external disturbances. To Yi Yun, this was a power that he could use. Hence, he knelt in front of the door of the Heaven Saint Palace and kowtowed respectfully. Yi Yun of the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect seeks an audience with the Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate. A half-step golden immortal has invaded the heavenly void world. His voice was very loud and clear. Soon, an indifferent and cold voice came from the Heaven Saint Palace. It was as if there were no emotions in it, making one unable to help but feel fear. Come in and talk. Chapter 219 Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate. Chapter 219 Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate. To Yi Yun, he had already been to the Heaven Saint Palace many times. He was very familiar with everything inside. But every time he came in, he was still very nervous, afraid that he had done something wrong. Especially after the Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate succeeded the throne. This feeling was becoming more and more obvious. Therefore, after entering the Heaven Saint Palace, Yi Yun was still very careful. He paid attention to his every word and action. Finally, he arrived outside a large hall. Then, he stopped. Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect's Yi Yun greets the Supreme. Yi Yun knelt on the ground outside the hall and kowtowed respectfully, not daring to slight him at all. Just now, you said that you wanted to report the invasion of a half-step golden immortal from the heavenly void world. A cold voice came from the hall again. Tell me, who has the guts to do this? Yes, Divine Lord. Yi Yun kowtowed again. His attitude was still extremely respectful, but his mental state had clearly relaxed a little. It's like this. Please keep reading on myb0xnovel.com. Then, he told him about how the 9-fire flame dragon first found the Heavenly Unity Sacred Sect, then found him after it was destroyed. He also told him about how he, a Tai mystic deity, had been crushed by it and had to self-detonate. The main point here was the ferocity and strength of the 9-fire flame dragon. He emphasized that he was indeed no match for the fire dragon. The real mastermind was very likely a half-step golden immortal. In the end, The blame was put on the fire dragon and the demon from the lower world. That demon was most likely a half-step golden immortal expert. He was plotting against the heavenly void world. I remember that at the previous meeting, you guys had been discussing that demon from the lower world. Is he really very powerful? Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate's voice came from inside. At that time, you insisted that the evil demon from the lower world could not be a half-step golden immortal. Now, you've changed your mind? Divine Lord, last time, I was only listening to the description of others and made some mistakes in my judgment. Please forgive me, Yi-Yun explained. This time, I experienced it myself. There's no mistake. That fire dragon is too strong. I was grabbed by its dragon claw and didn't even have a chance to break free. In the end, I could only self-detonate and barely escape. Such power is at least at the half-step golden immortal realm. And the evil demon from the lower world is not a fire dragon, but a human. A powerhouse who has the ability to control fire dragons and even killed the great demon who escaped from the core of the planet. It's definitely impossible for such strength to be lower than a half-step golden immortal. In fact, I even suspect that the demon from the lower world is also a golden immortal supreme. After saying this, Yi-Yun closed his eyes and lay on the ground. He did not dare to make a single sound as he quietly waited for Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate's reply. Now, he was extremely flustered. He was a little worried that his words would anger the Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate. After all, in the past 3,000 years, there had only been one golden immortal supreme in the world. It was the one in the Heaven Saint Palace. There had never been a second one. Please keep reading on myb0xnovel.com. This meant absolute authority and absolute status. If he was told that there was a second golden immortal in this world. Actually, it was very easy to think of it as challenging his authority and questioning his status. Of course, this also had a high chance of stimulating his killing intent, allowing him to mobilize powerful strength to go to the heavenly void world to kill this demon from the lower world. This was also Yi-Yun's final goal. However, this time, no one spoke for a long time. Yi-Yun could not help but feel a little flustered. After a long while, that voice came from the hall again, and it said with a hint of ridicule, "Yi-Yun, I know what you're thinking. You want me to send out or form a powerful force to kill that so-called demon from the lower world, right?" Yi-Yun immediately trembled when he heard this. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, yes. Divine Lord, please calm down. I was telling the truth just now. There's no deceit at all. If it's fake, you would have become a pile of rotten bugs by now." The voice inside sneered. "I don't care about your thoughts, but you have to investigate clearly if this demon from the lower world is a golden immortal." Yes, thank you, Divine Lord." Yi-Yun nodded repeatedly. He was really frightened by the murderous tone of the Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate just now. Now, he felt his scalp tingle. "Get lost." An indifferent and cold voice came from the hall. "The next time you come to see me, investigate the matter clearly first." The last snort was like a thunderclap that struck Yi-Yun, almost causing his soul to dissipate on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already scrambled out. The Heaven Saint Palace returned to its usual quiet state. Only the voice in the hall was still echoing. "Golden immortal? How is that possible? Under this starry sky, there are only 4 sources of immortal true essence. How can there be a 5th golden immortal? If that fire dragon is really a half-step golden immortal, then it has at least 6 sets of immortal golden nature. That's impossible. This is a golden immortal, a supreme. It's a rare pinnacle realm of cultivation. It's a fixed position in the immortal ranks. How can there be so many? It's absolutely impossible. Unless it's the mysterious existence that once contaminated a portion of the immortal true essence." Yi-Yun returned to his cave abode from the Heaven Saint Palace with an extremely ugly expression. His face was originally just a skeleton. Now, there was a hint of fear, making him look even more terrifying. He was terrified. This was because he knew what would happen if he offended the Heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate. 2,000 years ago, one of the 9 elders of the immortal sects, had angered the heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate because of his careless words. In the end, he was beaten into a ball of purple-black mud on the spot and scattered into countless heavenly void evil bugs. Although the heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate was unable to kill the 9 elders of the immortal sects who possessed the characteristics of immortality, he could easily beat them into such a state and then apply restrictions to make them unable to revive. One of the 9 elders, a Tai mystic deity, was imprisoned in the purple-black mud for 500 years. When he recovered, he was about to go crazy. He only barely returned to normal after recuperating for 300 years. I was still too anxious this time. I cared too much about the heavenly void world and was too careless. Yi Yun examined his previous actions and secretly regretted it. I actually didn't make any preparations and directly went to look for the heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate. I'm simply courting death. If not for the fact that the Supreme really cares about that evil demon from the lower world who's suspected to be a half-step golden immortal or true golden immortal and is also very concerned about the situation in the heavenly void world, I'm afraid I would have become a ball of purple-black mud and been imprisoned. Thinking of this, he could not help but shiver. The scene of the matter with 9 other people 3,000 years ago flashed involuntarily in his mind. Ever since then, our bodies have become something formed by these purple-black bugs. Are we really still cultivators? Are we still human? Or is this retribution? Chapter 2 23,000 years ago, Devouring Star Gods. Chapter 2 23,000 years ago, Devouring Star Gods. The heavenly Saint Supreme Venerate was unwilling to attack directly, nor was he willing to send anyone to help. This way, the problem in front of Yi Yun was extremely troublesome. He had no way of leaving this cave abode. This was because as soon as he left, he would immediately face Wuxia's attack. With his strength as a Tai mystic deity, it was impossible for him to be a match for it. He would only be crushed in all aspects. Although he would not die, it did not feel good to be killed again and again. Why is this outer world evil demon so powerful? What exactly is his background? Yi Yun fell into deep thought, unable to figure it out no matter what. The lower world was just a civilization that had not even reached 10,000 years old. It was already a miracle for one half-step golden immortal to appear. How could there be a second one? The second one might even be a genuine golden immortal supreme. This was too ridiculous. Please keep reading on myb0xnovel.com. There should only be 2 portions of the immortal true essence in the lower world. One of them was already eaten by us 3,000 years ago, and the other is in the hands of the person from Daoi Palace. It's impossible for there to be a third portion. Yi Yun was puzzled. The reason why he firmly refused to believe that the so-called evil demon of the lower world was a half-step golden immortal was because he knew very well where the immortal true essence was. Without the immortal true essence, it was impossible to break through to the 4th realm immortal level, the Tai mystic deity realm. It was even more impossible for one to cultivate to a golden immortal supreme. However, the power displayed by the 9 fire flame dragon was too powerful. It had already far exceeded the limits of the Tai mystic deity realm. This puzzled him. Could it be? Yi Yun suddenly looked panicked. He thought of a possibility, but he quickly shook his head and denied this thought. He thought to himself, impossible, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if evil demons from the outside world appear one after another and cultivate different techniques from us, it's impossible for them to nurture the immortal true essence anew in such a short period of time. It's only been 3,000 years. No, it's not nurturing anew. The one from the purple extreme palace that's sealed in the core of the earth already has 10% of the undying characteristic. Perhaps, it's really possible. No, I can't let this possibility exist. I have to find the 8 of them immediately and discuss a countermeasure together to gather our strength. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yi Yun seemed to have thought of a very terrifying possibility. He suddenly became extremely flustered and nervous. But how should I get out now? Yi Yun's mind raced as he tried to find a way to escape. But when he thought of Wuxia's incomparably powerful strength, he felt a little despair. The difference was too great. It was impossible to escape. Please keep reading on myb0xnovel.com. Under such extreme emotions, purple-black pustules began to swell on his face again. Then, it exploded with a bang, and dense purple-black bugs crawled out. These bugs automatically floated up. After reaching a certain height, they disappeared without a trace. Yi Yun noticed this scene and a thought suddenly appeared in his heart. He thought to himself, these bugs are essentially contaminated immortal true essence's filth. When we ate the immortal true essence, we were contaminated by this filth, causing our bodies to turn into these purple-black bugs. Does this mean that to a certain extent, the 9 of us can actually be considered as one? If that's the case, I might be able to revive with the 9 of them. This should be the only way for me to escape. In any case, I won't die. I can give it a try. Thinking of this, he directly reversed the power in his body, making the power in his body become violent again. Then, there was a bang. An earth-shattering bang sounded in the cave abode, but because of the restriction array, no aura of power spread outside, nor was there any sound. Yi Yun self-destructed again, turning himself into countless purple-black bugs. These purple-black bugs gathered together and formed a huge ball of mud. They rushed on top of it densely and kept squirming. At the same time, the ball of mud began to float upwards. When they approached the void that would make the purple-black insects disappear into thin air, countless insects began to spread their mental strength and sense the closest same species through the connection. Yi Yun had never done such a thing before, and he didn't know if it would succeed. However, this was the only solution he could think of at this moment. And the facts proved that this method was indeed feasible. Through the connection between the purple-black insects, he quickly sensed a dark and deep palace. It was cold and damp inside, and there was almost no light, as if there were no living beings. In the deepest part of the palace stood a 3-foot-tall wooden statue. It was placed on a gorgeous shrine, and the surroundings were filled with the faint smell of incense. If it was in the outside world, this statue would definitely be recognized. This was the heavenly god worshipped by the Void Tao sect, Tao Master Lifeless True Void. The wooden statue formed a seal with its hands. There was a faint smile on its face, but it did not lose its dignity. If it was in some places in the mortal world, this statue might really be able to make one feel at ease. But in the depths of this netherworld palace, just the smile on the wooden statue made one's hair stand on end. Here. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,